Chapter 672. Today's press conference was scheduled to start at 10 a.m. and end at around 11 a.m. But the second male lead, Ren Chong, and the second female lead, Zhao Yueling, arrived at 9 a.m. Of course, they didn't come so early, because they were really diligent. There was another person with them, the general manager of Qiandao Film and Television, Kong Qing. Of course, they had their own reasons for bringing Kong Qing along. There were two investors, 4 women. Jin Jiang and Jin Huan's Huan Entertainment accounted for 30%, and Qiandao Film and Television, a subsidiary of Qiandao Entertainment, accounted for 70%. Yesterday, Ren Chong couldn't get Big Beard Deng to get rid of Chen Guang, so he made up his mind. After disbanding at night, he found his old friend Kong Qing and discussed it with him. In the end, both sides hit it off. Kong Qing was a little uncertain about this matter and wanted to get rid of Chen Guang for a long time, but he was afraid of Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage. Big Beard had always been tough when it came to making movies, and Big Beard also had some shares in Qiandao Film and Television, so Kong Qing didn't bring it up. After listening to Ren Chong's analysis last night, he really felt that he couldn't let it go on like this. Otherwise, the film would really be a mess, and the huge investment would go down the drain. In the end, the one who would suffer would be him, the general manager of Qiandao Film and Television. At the very least, there was no need to give Chen Guang such an important role. He could either change his role and let Ren Chong play the male lead, or change the script back to the previous version with Ren Chong still the male lead. It was a big production with hundreds of millions of investment, and it was too childish to let an inexperienced person play the male lead. Since Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage were so tough that Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling didn't have the final say, then as a major investor with 70% of the investment, I should have the final say, right? Even if I might offend Big Beard and his right-hand man. There are no eternal enemies in the business world. Big Beard, don't be angry. You are also a shareholder of Qiandao Films. If we can get our money back, you will also have a part in it. Just don't mess around with others. Qiandao Films and Qiandao Cinemas, the largest cinema chain in the country, were both under Qiandao Entertainment. In the domestic film industry, their words carried enormous weight, and they weren't something that could be casually stepped on. If you guys want to promote Chen Guang, we won't object. But this time, let's discuss it carefully and come up with a compromise plan. At most, we'll go back and put together a slightly smaller film. Our cinema chain will push it hard. Today, if you guys take a step back, we'll take 2 steps back later. Everyone's face will be fine, and the friendship between friends can still be preserved. Kong Qing decided to personally talk to Big Beard Deng and his right-hand man before the final list of the leading actors was announced at the press conference. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the press conference to start and settle the matter before talking about it. Firstly, it would be a joke, and secondly, it would have a negative impact on the movie's promotion. So of course, the leading actor today was not Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling, but Kong Qing. Deng Xiaojing didn't expect that Kong Qing would mention it. As a person who also didn't have much confidence, he actually felt a little guilty in the face of Kong Qing's doubts. Old Deng, we've known each other for so many years. You know me very well, and I know you very well. When have I ever made things difficult for you? I'm really doing this for everyone's sake. Why don't you discuss it with the other two and Chen Guang again? We don't have to make things so big at once. We have to be responsible for the shareholders. Kong Qing pulled Big Beard to the side and said earnestly, "Let's talk about friendship first, then business." Big Beard sighed and wanted to tell him his difficulties. "Old Kong, you know me. My principle has always been to make high-quality films. That's it. Since you want to make high-quality films, you can't let a hothead play the leading actor, right?" Kong Qing quickly followed. Big Beard was also a little shaken. "I have thought about this problem, but Jiang Yage said that if it wasn't for Chen Guang, we wouldn't even get to hold hands, let alone the passionate scene in the new script. Then the new script that I worked so hard to write would be completely ruined. Jin Shiyue is in the same situation. To put it bluntly, I think this script is good. At the same time, it's tailor-made for Jiang Yage, Jin Shiyue and Chen Guang. If it wasn't for their friendship, No one else would be able to play the role. Try to discuss it with Jiang Yage. Isn't it just a passionate scene? It's such a big deal. Who in the industry is so particular about it? Kong Qing said recklessly. Deng Xiaojing rolled his eyes. If you're so capable, why don't you talk to the people up there? As he spoke, he pointed to the sky. Kong Qing rolled his eyes. I haven't lived long enough. Then what the hell are you talking about? In any case, I don't agree to let Chen Guang be the leading actor. Kong Qing was stubborn. I don't agree to change the script or the role. Otherwise, I won't be able to hand over the job. I won't be able to answer to the shareholders. You guys have it easy. You can just go on with the next one after messing it up. Those two ladies don't lack money. What am I going to do then? Seeing him like this, Big Beard Deng could only stare at him. If he really pushed Kong Qing into a corner, he might withdraw his investment. That would be terrible. But if he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Chen Guang will definitely be able to act well. He will definitely be able to bring out the state of success in every scene in Country and Throne." Big Beard could not do it. He also felt that it was too sci-fi. Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling saw that the two of them were almost done chatting, so they came over. Director Deng, really, everyone is doing this for the good of the film. How about the old version of the script? Isn't it still written well? Ren Chong became the peacemaker. If the script was changed back, he would naturally become the leading actor again. Zhao Yueling chimed in from the side. Director Deng, we took on this film because of your reputation. Think twice. Think what think. Not changing, absolutely not changing. At this moment, Jiang Yage suddenly came out from the side. She had deliberately arrived a little earlier today. And sure enough, she saw the show. It was really infuriating. Even if my Guang Guang had no acting skills, I would still push him up. You guys are throwing a tantrum with me and making me angry. If I don't show my power, you guys will really think that I'm easy to bully. Jean Shirua tugged at her. Yage, don't be like this. Don't be so rash. Let's talk it over. Sister Shirua, how can we talk it over? It's such a good script. As long as one isn't blind, they would know that the new version of the script is much better than the old version. There's only one purpose in discussing it with them, and that is to replace Chen Guang. Then what's the point of acting? We're not acting anymore. Jiang Yage stomped her foot again, her face as dark as water. Don't look at her usual mischievous appearance in front of Chen Guang. In front of others, she really had such a rude and unreasonable temperament. With her background, she had the guts to throw a tantrum in front of anyone in the entertainment industry. At worst, we'll just break up. You guys wait. I'll slowly settle it for you later. She almost said this sentence. Kong Qing didn't expect Jiang Yage's reaction to be so intense. For a moment, he was a little embarrassed. Miss Jiang, I'm not targeting Chen Guang and the two of you. It's really because our Qianda also invested in this film. He was hinting to Jiang Yage not to be too tough. They took up 70% of the investment. At worst, you guys can just withdraw your investment. Sister Shirua and I will take it all. It's not like we can't take it. What's the big deal? Kong Qing couldn't wait to smash his phone and leave. I'm talking business with you. But you don't look like you want to talk business at all. Why are you so unreasonable? Can't you talk properly? You fine, you're Jiang Yage. I can't afford to offend you. Kong Qing finally understood Big Beard Deng's helplessness. She was really a great aunt. She was like an empress dowager when served. I sigh. Kong Qing bitterly looked at Jean Shirua. You should control your good sister. We don't do business like this. Jean Shirua pulled Jiang Yage again. If she didn't stop her, she would really slam the table and leave today. The scene was in a deadlock. No one could do anything. Obviously, neither side intended to retreat. Big Beard Deng rolled his eyes and waved his hand to call Yang Shi over. How about this? As for Chen Guang's acting skills, I as a small assistant have a lot of say. Back then, he was the one who taught Chen Guang for a day. That's why there was that 30-second scene in Country and Rivers. How about listening to his judgment? Yang Shi pitifully called Big Beard Deng into a minefield. He first secretly looked at Big Beard, who was winking at him. Then he braced himself and said, This Mr. Chen, although he has never been professionally trained, his professionalism is definitely not a problem. At that time, he was only asked to act as an extra, but he learned several teaching materials by himself. That afternoon, although there were some bumps in the early stages of filming, after he found the feeling, the effect was really good. So, Xiao Yang, you want to say that as long as you teach Chen Guang well, and give him more time, he will definitely be able to act well? Xiao Yang, you are also a professional. Do you think this is really possible? Can an extra without lines really be compared to the male lead? This time, are you also the one who brought Chen Guang in the film? Do you dare to be like the generals in ancient times, and make a military pledge? If you can't act well, you will die as an apology? Facing a small character like Yang Shi, Kong Qing did not have any scruples with his words. His words were extremely unpleasant to hear. Yang Shi's face turned pale. He looked at Big Beard for help. Director Deng, you are the one who called me here. Don't sell me out. Big Beard coughed twice and looked away. Hurry up and help this old man take the blame. It's so tiring for me to take the blame alone. Yang Shi was about to cry. I followed Director Deng's gaze and spoke up for Brother Chen Guang. You are really selling out your teammate. That's enough, Director Kong. Don't make things difficult for Yang Shi's assistant. If you have any complaints, come to me. Come, let me sum up your words. If we insist on making Chen Guang the male lead, will your Qianda withdraw its investment? Jiang Yage was already tired of this kind of wrangling. She said coldly with a sullen face. Sister Shiriyue, don't poke my waist. It doesn't matter who says it. You can call me a shrew or say that I am unreasonable in your heart. I, Jiang Yage, will take it all. Jiang Yage twisted her body and squeezed Jin Shiriyue's hand to the side. Wow, this is going to be a mess. Kong Qing's eyelids twitched. Withdrawing investment is a small matter. Making money is a small matter. It seems that this time, they are really going to offend Jiang Yage to death. If he had known that this lady was so domineering, he would never have come here. He should have just moved a bigger figure over. He couldn't handle it. He hurriedly looked at Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling. You two were the ones who fanned the flames in my heart. Now that I am going to be skinned alive, you two are just going to watch? Don't look at others. Director Kong, just give me a definite answer. I don't blame you. This time we also went overboard. I know it in my heart. So, I don't bear a grudge against you. We can cooperate again in the future. Jiang Yage said again. Kong Qing really had no choice. He coughed twice. After all, the original intention was the original version of the script. Chen Guang's position is not that important. With such a big change, it is necessary to discuss the cooperation method again. Miss Jiang, I am not targeting you. Please pity me. I am just a poor laborer. Since I can't take it head-on, I can't afford to offend you. I admit defeat. I will pretend to be pitiful. I will cry in front of you. Seeing Kong Qing like this, Jiang Yage was actually quite embarrassed. But there was no other way. For the sake of my family's light, I have to suffer. You just have to bear with it. Weren't you quite capable when you slapped Yang Shi's face just now? Well, in the contract we signed, I am also the male lead. I feel that if we really make such a big change, I personally may not be able to accept it. At this moment, Ren Chong finally mustered up the courage to stand up against Kong Qing. Today's situation was instigated by him last night. If he betrayed Kong Qing just like that, he would be hated by Kong Qing again. Seeing that senior brother had expressed his stance, Zhao Yueling braced herself and said, I have the same opinion as Brother Ren. After all, the changes to the film are too big. Now, the other two main actors stood up again and pretended to stop acting. Kong Qing was no longer alone. That's right. Actually, everyone is doing this for the sake of the film. Why don't Miss Jiang and Miss Jean reconsider? Next time, we Qianda will definitely take the lead in making a tailor-made film for Mr. Chen, okay? He is a university student. We will make a film that best meets his standards and let him act as himself. I guarantee that it will be better than Love Under the Hawthorn Tree. Okay, we will find Lao Mao to direct. He and director Deng each have their own strengths. The effect of Mr. Chen's acting is much better than women. We are all people in the industry. Think about Mr. Chen's situation. If the film is ruined, and his reputation is ruined, it may not necessarily be a good thing for him. As expected of the wily old fox Kong Qing, he could still say such reasonable words in this situation. Jiang Yage and Jin Shirue were almost convinced by him. In fact, it was not that the two women had not thought of this problem. It was just that they had finally pushed things to this stage, and they were a little unwilling to back out at the last minute. In addition, Chen Guang did not clearly express his intention to back out, so the two of them wanted to take advantage of the situation to get things done. Yage, why don't we ask him and discuss it with him? Jin Shirue wavered. Jiang Yage looked back at Jin Shirue helplessly and whispered in her ear. Sister Shirue, you don't want the passionate scene? Jin Shirue blushed and said to the others, I still think we can give it a try. Everyone rolled their eyes. Just what were the two of you whispering about? Lady Jin from the Jin family, your willpower was too weak. Ren Chong did not want to admit that he was so jealous of Chen Guang's life that he almost went crazy. What right does that stinking brat have to be promoted like this by these two great ladies? I can't figure it out. I'm not acting anymore. What kind of sh*t is this? You can find someone else, whoever you want. Anyway, I'm not acting anymore. Ren Chong's mentality finally lost balance. He waved his hand fiercely and turned to leave. Zhao Yueling saw her senior brother flipping the table. Although she was also afraid, she had no choice. She and her senior brother were tied to the same boat. If it has to be like this, Brother Ren's sacrifice is really too big. I can't accept it. This is too different from our contract of intent. If it really can't be done, Brother Ren and I will quit. You can find someone else. Many people are lining up to shoot director Deng's film. I'm really sorry. I hope the box office will be a big hit. This is too much. I yield step by step. This is really bullying. I, Ren Chong, am the male lead with a total box office of 3 billion. I just won the Best Actor this year. Even if you want to promote a newcomer with a little bit of foundation, I will play a supporting role for him. I will accept it even if you change the script like this. Now it is clearly a bad film, and I still play a supporting role. This really has a great impact on my acting career. I really can't accept it. Ren Chong was really going to leave after saying that. Deng Xiaojiang, Jin Shirue, and Jiang Yage were also anxious. If they lost Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling at this critical juncture, people inside and outside the industry would think that they were too overbearing and unreasonable. On the other hand, it was not easy to find actors of the same level as them. Planning a show, especially with Deng Xiaojiang's style, had extremely high requirements for the actors' schedules. In the end, if everyone really fell through, it would only be a lose-lose situation. Who knew how long it would take to start the project again? As his ally, Kong Qing also gritted his teeth. If it really can't be done, then let's put this film on hold for the time being. I won't be able to report when I go back. Why don't we postpone the press conference today? Let's discuss again. In the distance, Zhouye had just arrived. From afar, he could smell the gunpowder in this small group. He quickly shrank back and did not dare to show his head. He huddled in the corner of the wall, not daring to approach. He patted his chest, still in a state of shock. He secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness my eyes are sharp. Otherwise, I would not have been able to get out if I had gone in head first. I don't care about anything anyway. I'm just a nobody. I'll act whatever you want me to act. I'll act however you want me to act. At this moment, Zhouye raised his head and saw Chen Guang walking out of the elevator. The man's current appearance was a little awkward. He was actually wearing a large straw hat on such a hot day. Compared to the last time he saw him at the Wujing Film City, this young man was really becoming more and more like a star. Zhouye would never forget this young man's gray and unsightly appearance. After all, this loser had smilingly won 80,000 yuan from his trouser pocket on the set. Of course, he had no intention of getting close to Chen Guang. Instead, he quietly turned his face to the wall, looking as if he was thinking about life. Who wants to go into the fire with you? Yo, brother Zhou. Long time no see. You're in this film too. 2 streams of tears rolled down Zhouye's cheeks. Your eyesight is as good as mine. Yeah, long time no see. I'm the 3rd male lead. The veteran actor turned around and squeezed out a smile. What a coincidence. Then brother Zhou, shall we bet something this time? I'm just kidding. Look at you. Don't worry, I'm not as short on money as I used to be. Anyway, I'll have to ask for your help this time. Chen Guang had a good impression of this man who was willing to admit defeat. Regardless of the amount of money or the reason, he had given him 80,000 yuan for free back then. It was like sending charcoal in a snowstorm. It was more friendly than someone else giving him 800,000 yuan now. You flatter me, you flatter me. Zhou Yu was tugged on by Chen Guang's sleeves and dragged inside. By the way, brother Zhou, I have a friend who's a fan of yours. Can you give him an autograph? No problem, no problem. I'll give you as much as you want. Even if it's just a book, it's fine. Don't pull me. Don't actually go to the front desk to borrow a book. No matter how much Zhou Yu struggled, he was still dragged inside by Chen Guang. It was about 9:30 in the morning. The two of them turned the corner and entered the lobby. Chen Guang could smell the gunpowder in the air. Jiang Ye's face was so dark that one could squeeze water out of it. Jin Shiyue's face was also stony. Big Beard looked left and right in embarrassment. The second male lead, Ren Chong, and the second female lead, Zhao Yueling, also had ashen faces. Beside them, there was a middle-aged man who looked both embarrassed and angry. There was no need to think too much. This conflict must have arisen because of him. When he thought of this, he was both angry and amused by these pitiful mortals. You guys take the clothes. Seriously, there were many people like you who doubted my abilities in the past. Now they're sending me letters every day, okay? Chapter 673. While they were quarreling, Qin Haodong suddenly came. Yesterday, he didn't show up for some reason, but today he came early, which caught some people off guard. Jin Shiyue's expression changed. She patted Jiang Ye's back secretly, and then turned to Chen Guang. Seeing that he covered the bandage on his head with a straw hat, it was obvious that he was injured. She couldn't help but feel distressed. When she got closer, she took the initiative to pull his arm and take him to the side. She said half reproachfully and half coquettishly, "Grandpa called and said that you ran away from the hospital. Did you really run away by yourself? What if your injury got worse?" Chen Guang smiled and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This injury is not a problem for me." Chen Guang was pulled aside by Jin Shiyue, and then asked again, "What the hell is going on?" Jin Shiyue didn't want to tell him, but she knew that sooner or later it would be revealed, so she simply told him the current situation. After listening, Chen Guang understood. It was exactly as he had expected. No one trusted his ability, not to mention the second male lead, Ren Chong, the second female lead, Zhao Yueling, and the other investor representative Kong Qing. Even Big Beard Deng, Jin Shiyue, and Jiang Ye were not sure. He sighed in his heart. After all, his experience of playing a small role last time had caused too much psychological trauma. He couldn't blame others. If he were the director and investor, he would also have no confidence in his heart. After all, he used to be responsible, and he couldn't open his mouth and tell others that the old man had practiced in the world in the cup. He could only blame himself for not acting before to prove himself, even if it was a music video. On the other side, Kong Qing, Ren Chong, and Zhao Yueling saw Jin Shiyue whispering to Chen Guang, and Deng Xiaojiang and Jiang Ye had begun to close their mouths and pretend to be crazy. They were getting more and more anxious. This couldn't work. They were using a delaying technique. The press conference would be held in half an hour. Once the matter was said at the conference, it would be completely settled. At that time, it would be difficult to go back on their words. As a result, the three of them began to ridicule the bearded man again. As for Jiang Ye, the three of them did not dare to provoke her. She had proved her fighting capacity. She was definitely at the level of a great aunt. "We can't afford to provoke you, but we can avoid you, okay? You're right. We'll agree to it. I'll turn around and complain to Big Beard. That's fine, right?" Before Chen Guang came, Jiang Ye was very fierce. Her combat power was as high as 90,000 points. It was really strange. The saying, "Everything has its vanquisher," came true when it came to her. When Chen Guang stood there, even though they were whispering to each other 10 meters away, Jiang Ye couldn't help but act like a lady. She also knew that her blindness would only bring more trouble to Chen Guang. She was also reflecting on this matter in her heart. Shuriwa, what you mean is that Qianda Entertainment is threatening to withdraw its investment because of me. And those two are also threatening to stop acting because of me? Chen Guang concluded as he stole a glance at Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling. Honestly speaking, the two of them might be the second best in this film, but they're still first-rate celebrities that frequently appeared on television. Chen Guang had quite an impression of them, especially Zhao Yueling, who walked the route of sexiness. She was also someone that appeared on the cover of men's clothing in the past, and her photo was widely circulated in the male dormitory, leaving a deep impression on him. Jean Shirwa nodded. It's like this. In fact, it's not a big deal for Qianda Entertainment to withdraw its investment, Solomon, and I can think of a way to make up for it. It's just that if we don't get along because of this reason, Qianda Cinema will suppress the movie after it's released. Chen Guang said curiously, they are so bold? You don't even care about your reputation? Jean Shirwa shrugged. Do you really think Solomon and I are royalty? It's business. How can we use power to suppress others? Besides, Qianda Entertainment has a say in Grandpa's place. But that's not the most troublesome thing. Now I'm afraid that Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling will break their contract and stop acting. It's easy to find ordinary actors, but it's actually quite difficult to find good actors who can support a film and meet director Deng's casting standards. Jean Shirwa didn't finish her words. In fact, she just didn't want the film to be put on hold. Apart from shooting with Chen Guang, she really couldn't think of any other reason to get together with Chen Guang. Okay, I know what's going on. Okay, I'll go talk to them. Everyone is reasonable. As for Qianda Entertainment, they are not the only cinema chain in our country. Although Qianda Entertainment is the largest, as long as the film is good and the box office is good, they can suppress us if they want. It's just that they can't live with money. Don't worry. After asking clearly about the matter, Chen Guang had an idea and went into the crowd. Jean Shirwa followed behind him and couldn't bear to roll her eyes. According to her previous thinking, it was easy for Big Beard's film to have a good box office and a good reputation. But this time there was you. My sweetheart, you should be a little more conscious. Frankly speaking, Jiang Yage and Jean Shirwa were already mentally prepared to shoot a so-called blockbuster that would explode with word of mouth and rely purely on screenings and box office to forcibly pull it up. It was impossible to do this kind of fake thing without Qianda's cooperation. On the other side, Kong Qing saw that he was approaching and knew that the main character was here. He made up his mind and thought that this was the last chance. It was better to let the main character know the difficulties and retreat than to find someone else to argue with. He suddenly raised his voice. Old Deng, I've said all the good and bad things to you. The film is too different from the previous contract we signed. I'll take your new script back to reevaluate it. It definitely won't pass the review of the consultant group. I really want to work on this film with you, but you also know that I can't make the final decision on my own. If you insist on doing things your own way, then Qianda Film and Television will really withdraw their investment. Seeing this, Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling also followed. This was the last chance to struggle. Director Deng, you also know that I wholeheartedly want to cooperate with you. But if I play the second male lead for Chen Guang, not to mention me, even my team won't agree to it. Oh, our big star is here. Mr. Chen, I'm a fan of your car. A friend of mine saw your race in Xiangjiang. Later, he specially asked me to go to your Weibo to see the miracle. I really admire you. But as a matter of fact, your crossover is a little too fierce. Think twice. How about we slow down the pace a little? I don't want to act in a bad film. It really hurts people's popularity. If you're the first male lead in a bad film, it will also have a very bad impact on your film and television industry. Ren Chong could be said to have played his speaking skills to the extreme. If not for the fact that no faith value appeared on his head, Chen Guang almost really thought that he was his car fan. This damn liar, fooling me like a little kid. Zhao Yueling also struck while the iron was hot. Ren Chong played the good cop, so it was her turn to play the bad cop. As a woman, she had some pride and willfulness. Zhao Yueling crossed her arms in front of her chest, making her voluptuous breasts even more prominent. Her chin was slightly raised, further adding to her arrogance. Mr. Chen, nowadays, it's popular to be able to act if you're good at it, or if you're famous you can act. But as you can see, how many of our country's little fresh meats have acting skills? It's nothing more than taking the route of a fan economy, but it won't last long. I also acted step by step from a small role to where I am today. This kind of food has to be eaten one bite at a time. Don't think of eating yourself into a big fat person. Even if you rely on director Deng, Miss Jean, and Miss Jiang to act as the first male lead today, what's the point when you get scolded by others? Maybe you're just playing, but when the time comes, you'll just go and do something else. We'll be in a difficult position. I really can't accompany you. Now in front of the main character, they finally said all the unpleasant words in one go. Jiang Yage put her hands on her hips, glared, and was about to explode. Chen Guang silently grabbed the back of her clothes and gently pulled her, then gave her a look, asking her to behave. At this moment he understood the biggest trouble today. Qiandao's withdrawal of investment was really not a big deal. But these two actors were difficult to deal with. However, the moment he saw these two actors, he already knew how to deal with them, but he just hadn't decided whether to use it or not. Now that I've already made things clear, why don't you give me some face? You're trying to climb all over me and make things difficult for me. You want me to back off? From your standpoint, I can understand you. But from my standpoint, I'm angry. The old man felt that they were slapping his face. You don't want to act? Then I'll let you act. Even if you're so angry that you're vomiting blood, I'll let you grit your teeth and act. Whatever grievances you have, you'll have to swallow them. He grinned. Mr. Run, Miss Zhao, I understand what you mean, but I have my own views. Why don't the three of us talk in private? Those who didn't know Chen Guang would be a little confused, but those who knew him could smell danger. Jin Shuiwa wanted to persuade him, but Chen Guang still smiled. It's okay. I'm really just talking. It's just that it's not convenient to say this in front of others. Shuiwa, don't let your imagination run wild. Jiang Yage also wanted to persuade him, but Chen Guang had long known that Jiang Yage had pestered others unreasonably because of him. So he simply made the first move. I haven't said anything about you, Yage. It's rare for us to cooperate, so let's talk about it. You have to be reasonable. How can you throw a tantrum so easily? Jiang Yage felt a little wronged, but she actually pouted her lips and lowered her head. Okay, I got it. The others were shocked by this scene. The devil incarnate Jiang Yage was actually subdued with just one sentence? Okay, let's talk over there. Ren Chong was not stupid. There were a lot of people here, and everyone was watching. Chen Guang would not beat people in broad daylight. The three of them turned to one side, but Chen Guang was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he smiled amiably. I'll call someone else. Then he craned his neck and glanced around the conference room, looking for someone. Today, Yu Hong and Fang Tianyu of Tianguang Agency were busy with other things. After 2 days of hard work, they finally found some clues and were ready to spend money on Chen Guang's Guinness program. Only LV Xiaoyang came to the conference. But Chen Guang needed LV Xiaoyang at this time. But face, come here. Chapter 674. Chen Guang waved at Lu Xiaoyang, who was hiding in a corner and pretending to disappear. Lu Xiaoyang was quite regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have stood closer. Damn, can you not call me butt-face in front of so many people? I can't raise my head anymore. When Lu Xiaoyang walked closer, Chen Guang pulled him to his side. Let me introduce myself. I am the manager of Tianguang Agency's Publicity and Public Relations Department. I am Lu Xiaoyang. He was the deputy editor of Zhuowei's 8 weekly magazine. Yes, he was the former #1 paparazzi in China. He was Lu Xiaoyang's fighter. His nickname is Hell's three-headed dog. That's why I call him Dog 3. Come on, Dog 3. Tell us where you were and what you were doing on the night of July 31st, 2012. Who else is there? That's right. The two of them happened to be one of the hot topics in H-Disc. Truth be told, Chen Guang did not want to bring out his trump card, but the two of them were too much. They would stop performing at the slightest provocation, lecturing him about life and philosophy. Furthermore, They even put on the airs of seniors in the industry, acting as if they were doing it for his own good. You slapped me in the face, but you still smiled and said that I did this for your own good. You should thank me. That's so annoying. But come to think of it, the two of you have quite the taste. As Chen Guang spoke, he examined Zhao Yueling. Although I know that you're walking the path of sexiness, your ferocity is still extraordinary. Lu Xiaoyang looked at Chen Guang silently. President Chen, I followed you to do great things with you. You made me feel like I trusted the wrong person. How could you ask me to do such a thing? How could you remind me of the cruel fact that I used to be a paparazzi? I want to forget those days and nights. Why did you? Long River City, Imperial Garden Villa District, Building 13, 4th floor, Room 1343. Why did I answer you directly? God, please believe me. I really am an honest media person. I am not a paparazzi. When Chen Guang mentioned the time, Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling couldn't recall anything. After all, it wasn't the first time that the two of them did something similar over the years. So how could they remember every single time? However, after Lu Xiaoyang pointed out the place, memories started to surface in his mind. He should be able to recall something. Chen Guang tried hard to make himself look very upright. He really didn't want to show the slightest bit of frivolity. After all, he didn't want Zhao Yueling to misunderstand that he had any thoughts about her. But this kind of thing, if he had to say it out loud, even if it wasn't wretched, it could only be wretched. Mr. Run is at the bottom, Heavenly Empress Zhao is in the middle, and there's a sandwich at the top. Cough cough, a three-way pipe. Strong, invincible, quite costly. Towards the end, Chen Guang blushed a little, but he held on. Zhao Yueling's beautiful face paled, and Ren Chong's face turned even paler. Although his memory was a little blurry, the two of them had indeed played very crazily with one of the company's executives that night. It had actually been filmed. Actually, I really didn't want to mention this. Oh right, both of you are the main producers of the movie, and are colleagues in the same boat. It doesn't seem too appropriate to say this about me on Weibo, right? Chen Guang took out his phone again. On it were the doubts that Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling had about Chen Guang's standards after they went back last night. The two of them were also openly and secretly building up momentum online. On one hand, they were pressuring Big Beard Deng, and on the other hand, they were really planning to push all the blame to Chen Guang, Big Beard, and Jin Jiang after the movie was cancelled. Chen Guang's meaning was very clear. The two of them had done the first thing first, and now he didn't intend to do the second. He was just giving them a kind reminder, and it wasn't too much. Lu Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. He had watched this movie with Chen Guang that afternoon. In fact, he couldn't see anything clearly, and the effect was terrible. However, Chief Chen's level of storytelling was really high. His words were concise and to the point, and when he listened to it, he could actually feel the rich picture vividly on the paper. As expected of Chief Chen, he nodded slightly, as if he was wandering in the sea of memories again. Mr. Chen, this is a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Ren Chong waved his hands repeatedly. Zhao Yueling blushed at first, feeling ashamed and angry. However, she was not a little girl after all. She had been in the industry for a long time. Although she looked bright and beautiful in front of outsiders, she was able to get to her current position in the A-list without any background. She was already an experienced person, and she quickly calmed down. Although she was still crossing her arms, she pushed her chest higher and smiled at Chen Guang. Mr. Chen, you really know how to joke. Alright, I know I was wrong, okay? If there's anything, we can discuss it. This movie, I promise I will give my life to act well. Mr. Chen, please don't scare me. Her voice sounded very coquettish, and her eyes were flying. However, her back was facing Jin Shirue and Jiang Yage in the distance. Her body language did not show any abnormalities. Only the few of them understood her overt and covert hints. The two of them were also helpless. Previously, they knew a little about the incident between Chen Guang and Bajou Magazine. Bajou Magazine was really unlucky, but who would have thought that Chen Guang would eat it up? In addition, this Cerberus was too scary. It was fine if you were a paparazzi, but you had 3 heads. If you could be given this nickname, how sensitive and fierce your sense of smell must be. In the past, when you worked with a rascal like Zhuo Wei, you were already a Cerberus. Now that you worked with Chen Guang, who had a powerful background, wouldn't you become a Cerberus? That was really scary, being secretly sized up by the two of them with fear and hidden hatred. Lu Xiaoyang actually wanted to clarify that he was actually a good person. However, Chen Guang did not give him a chance. Okay, Cerberus, that's all for you. Go and have a rest. When Chen Guang, Ren Chong, and Zhao Yueling returned to the crowd, the situation had completely turned around. Needless to say, Kong Qing knew that they had been dealt with by Chen Guang just by looking at their apologetic eyes. What about the alliance? What about making trouble together? How could you two betray me just like that? What the hell did Chen Guang do to you? Are you going to put me on the fire and sell me? I, Kong Qing, am not a big shot? Aren't you afraid of offending me? Kong Qing was very angry in his heart. If he had not come today, he would still have a chance to shirk the responsibility if the movie was a failure. But now he had come to the scene, and even talked with Deng Xiaojiang, and he had offended Jiang Yage. In the end, the movie was still made. He must be the scapegoat. I am the scapegoat. I didn't do my job well, and I offended Jiang Yage. Why am I so unlucky? What should I do now? Should I continue to threaten to withdraw the investment? Then there is no way to ease the situation, right? Should I pretend that nothing has happened? I can't take the blame for this. At this moment, Chen Guang suddenly said something that made him extremely happy. Mr. Kong, I can understand your Qianda's difficulties. Why don't we do this? Right, uncle? How much is the initial investment of our movie? Kong Qing continued Chen Guang's words. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? The advertising budget is 500 million. In fact, including everyone's pay and other expenses, the initial estimate is about 200 million. After all, our movie is not a blockbuster with special effects. Hearing those words, Chen Guang's eyes lit up as he replied, I'm also in the wrong for this matter. I've just arrived, and it's a little too much for Qianda Entertainment to bear the risk for me. Why don't I take over your company's investment myself? This is good for everyone. What do you think? He had just earned 150 million in endorsement fees a few days ago, and he was worried about how to spend it. He knew his own situation very well. This was the first time the world had sent a best actor, and there was Big Beard holding the fort. Other than Jiang Yage and Jin Shiriyue, Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling, although their private lives were quite messy, had always been good at acting and had a good reputation on the internet. They could be considered famous actors. Zhou Yu was also someone who could handle an entire movie on his own. Such a big production, a high-end cast, and a best actor himself holding the fort. Could this movie make a loss? Alright, even if there was an accident, it wouldn't be to the extent of losing everything. The biggest unstable factor in your hearts is me. But in my eyes, I am the most profitable person, okay? You don't want to earn this money, but I don't want you to earn it. I will set a small goal for myself. Invest 140 million, and earn at least 100 million, right? Besides, you are the one who didn't want to invest. I am taking advantage of the situation to help you take it and solve your problems. I did not offend you, did I? You have no reason to make trouble for me for the screening, right? Everyone was happy, very good. But there was someone who felt sorry for him. Jiang Yage tried to persuade him. It's fine, Sister Shiriyue and my Huan Entertainment. Don't. Yage, don't. Chen Guang was determined this time. He didn't want to be treated as a man who lived off a woman. Besides, you still don't trust me. You have helped me enough. It's not like I don't have money. I will spend my own money to film it. Even if it fails, I will bear the responsibility. I can also explain to outsiders, right? Why don't you transfer your investment to me? Chen Guang even had his eyes on Jiang Yage and Jin Shiyue's investment shares. Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage shook their heads repeatedly, determined not to give in. Looking at his confident appearance, they were almost speechless. The two women thought to themselves, crazy, he has gone completely crazy. Alas, forget it. Even if we lose all our underwear, we can still afford it. After thinking for a short while, Kong Qing gradually calmed down from anxiety and helplessness to frustration and panic. Then his eyes lit up. When I said that I would withdraw my investment before, I was angry. Or I was threatening you. Although I had no choice but to withdraw my investment, I would indeed offend people, especially Jiang Yage, the devil incarnate. I am also very afraid, okay? Now you are offering to take over the responsibility. How can I refuse? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, okay? Okay. Kong Qing was afraid that Chen Guang would go back on his words, so he took over the responsibility immediately. Chen Guang's eyes lit up. Hey, it's a deal. Sanggu, call Yu Hong and Fang Tianyu to come here. If necessary, call Su Li from the finance department to Yanjing. The first big deal of Tianguang Agency is coming. Chen Guang waved his hand. This was the advantage of having subordinates. As the boss, he only needed to set the general direction. As for the specific details of the cooperation, his subordinates would naturally run the errands. Lu Xiaoliang came over with a bitter face. To be honest, he felt like handing in his resignation letter. Our CEO Chen doesn't play by the rules at all. Unreliable, too unreliable. I don't know what you outsiders are really thinking. This dog Apui, as his lackey, I am very nervous. My Mr. Chen has embarrassed himself. We will definitely send him to a mental hospital before he loses all of the company's money. Brother Chen Guang, why is it so lively here? Just as they settled the matter, a loud exclamation came from the corner. Everyone turned around and saw that it was little Tsong, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. Hey little Tsong, why are you here? Chen Guang greeted him warmly when he saw his old acquaintance. Little Tsong came closer and greeted everyone before pulling Kong Qing in front of him. Kong Qing helplessly bowed to Little Kong. Greetings, CEO Little Chong. Little Tsong laughed at Chen Guang. One look, and I can tell that you don't pay much attention to me. You even asked me why I am here. So cold-blooded and heartless. So sad. Don't keep us in suspense. Just say it. Kong Qing interrupted. Mr. Chen, let me say it. Little Chong is the senior director of Qiandao Entertainment, the parent company of Qiandao Entertainment. Chen Guang thought for a long time. Wait, you are that annoying Chong Xiaotsong who is always talking on the internet? Damn, you only know now. Little Tsong wanted to cry. Chapter 675. Chen Guang didn't expect this, but it was also because he didn't pay much attention to Xiaotsong before. Although he also used Weibo, he rarely checked other people's Weibo. He only cared about finding news related to himself all day long. Now he understood everything. Qiandao Entertainment was a subsidiary of Qiandao Group, and Qiandao Cinemas and Qiandao Films were subsidiaries of Qiandao Entertainment. The chairman of Qiandao Group was Chong Qinglin, who was also the richest man in the country on the surface. He might not really be the richest man, but at least in the eyes of ordinary people. Chong Xiaotsong was Chong Qinglin's only son, who was also brother Xiaotsong in front of him. In a sense, if Qiandao Films invested in women, Xiaotsong might come for a stroll because of him, and it was understandable. This brother is also not doing proper work. His family has such a big foundation, but he doesn't manage it properly. Instead, he's on the internet all day long, spewing nonsense here and there. In the past, when Chen Guang's classmates chatted with each other, they often complained about him. They felt that this guy had nothing to do all day long, and that he was just a nouveau riche, blah 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 blah. After so many years of scolding him, it was only now that he found out that he was an acquaintance. It was so embarrassing. But the biggest problem now was that Chen Guang was about to kick Qiandao Films out. Don't let Xiaotsong. What? What the hell are you doing? Who gave you the ability to withdraw your investment just like that? Boss Lu agreed. Boss Qian agreed. Kong Qing, how dare you? If I didn't come for a stroll, would you really do such a stupid thing behind the company's senior management's back? Well, the impatient Kong Qing had already whispered this matter to Chong Xiaotsong. As a result, brother Xiaotsong really gave him face. The boss Lu and boss Qian, he mentioned, should be the other senior management of Qiandao Films. After all, Kong Qing was just a department manager. But Chen Guang said, I really don't want you to give me face. Just withdraw your investment, and let me be a handsome man who quietly earns money. This is good for everyone. However, Little Tsong obviously had other ideas. These days, his Bamboo Live broadcast was attached to Chen Guang, and he did not know how much he had benefited from it. The number of users has increased several times, and the company's valuation has increased more than tenfold. The entire Bamboo Live broadcasting platform is fiercely attacking the throne of the first in China. All of this was brought to him by Chen Guang, which made him yearn for more. Unfortunately, the contract he signed with Chen Guang did not have any binding force on Chen Guang. Well, with Chen Guang's current status in the underworld, even if there was binding force, he could not do anything if Chen Guang wanted to break the contract. Therefore, Xiaocong couldn't let Qiandao Film and Television offend Chen Guang because of women. He said that he was just there to take a look, but in fact, he wanted to prevent this from happening. Kong Qing made the decision based on his judgment of the market. He was 100% sure that as long as he brought it back to the shareholders' meeting, no one would object. How could he have thought that it would lead to President Chang? For a moment he was confused. President Chang, it's not like that. Mr. Chun, although he is a celebrity, he is not an actor trained in acting. He has no experience at all. It's an investment of more than 100 million. What if it fails? Shut up. Chang Xiaocong was really angry. Why is this guy so blind? Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I don't understand this? Do I have to King tell you everything that's on my mind? The benefits that I Bamboo Live broadcast have gained from Chen Guang are worth at least hundreds of millions, okay? If you offend him here, he will go back to another company. Who do you want me to cry to? The loss is far more than 200 million, okay? You don't understand the current status of Chen Guang in the world of live broadcasting and internet celebrities. So what if it fails? I just want him to fail, so that he will owe me a favor, okay? You lose here, I earn there, and the rest will come back, okay? The position of the investor? The position of the entire Qinda Group is the position, okay? You're so narrow-minded and short-sighted. You're making such an important decision, and you don't even discuss it with the higher-ups? Chen Guang was also afraid that Xiaocong would forcefully pull back the investment from Qiandao Film and Television, so he helped Kong Qing to smooth things over. Xiaocong, you're not in the film industry, and your judgment may not be accurate. I think there's nothing wrong with President Kong's thinking. Since I want to play, you don't have to drag me down. Don't scold President Kong. I've already decided to shoulder it myself. Let's end this here. Xiaocong was anxious. Brother Guang, are you trying to draw a line with me? You can't. He quickly pressed down on Chen Guang's shoulder. No, it's not like that. Now that we're making movies in our country, it's secondary whether the movie is good or not. Oh no, I'm not saying that director Deng's standards are not important, but the entire market is based on the fan economy. It's the era of young male idols. Acting skills are not important, really not. With my brother Guang around, with just his face and enough publicity, even if our acting is a mess, we'll still get 1 billion yuan in the box office, okay? Furthermore, no matter how bad Brother Guang's acting is, can it be worse than those young male idols with facial paralysis and embarrassment? Chen Guang rolled his eyes. Those who knew would know that you were supporting me, but those who didn't would think that you were scolding me. You son of a b***tch. Besides, you've gone around in circles for so long. But aren't you also looking down on my acting skills and thinking that I'll definitely mess it up? Then I have no choice but to kick you out. Otherwise, if you look down on me now, you'll have to rely on me to earn money in the future. Wouldn't that make me sick? Chen Guang waved his hands and feet. That's not right either. If I mess it up, even if you praise me all over the internet, the box office will still flop. No, you guys should withdraw your investment. Withdraw. Xiaocong shook his head like a rattle drum. No withdrawal. Definitely not withdrawal. Even if you beat me to death, I won't withdraw. A group of people at the side saw Chen Guang and Xiaocong arguing until their faces were red, and they felt that something was wrong. That's strange. Why did their positions seem to be completely reversed? Wouldn't Qindao withdrawing its investment be a terrible situation for Chen Guang? Wouldn't that mean that he would have to use his own money to take the blame? Besides, Xiaocong, you weren't this stupid in the past, right? You knew that women, with Chen Guang as the male lead, was a fire pit. So why did you still rush into it? Kong Qing felt that he was the unluckiest person. He really couldn't understand what went wrong with his judgment. Besides, although President Chang was a senior director of Qiandao Entertainment, he almost never interfered with the actual operations of Qiandao Entertainment, unless it was for his own show. Usually, he spent most of his energy on his own Bamboo Live broadcast. But today he suddenly interfered. Wait, Bamboo Live broadcast? F***CK. I seem to have overlooked something very important. Chen Guang and President Chang were very close. Previously, his live broadcasts were all on President Chang's Bamboo platform. Kong Qing wished he could give himself a slap. He finally realized that the hottest form of entertainment in the country was not movies or television dramas, but live broadcasts. Now that President Chang wanted to make Bamboo popular, he couldn't afford to offend Chen Guang. Yes, President Chang is right. President Chen, I was stupid just now. I apologize to you. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Kong Qing quickly changed the topic. Luckily it was in public. Otherwise he would have knelt down in front of Chen Guang. Chen Guang's balls hurt. Are you guys sick? Aren't you guys annoying? Jiang Yage and Jin Shirihua were already speechless. They felt that they couldn't understand the thinking of this group of people. Big Beard Deng didn't even have the interest to interrupt. His mind was in a daze. What was going on with this world? Ren Chong, Zhao Yueling and Zhou, who were watching from the side, sighed in their hearts. It was good to be rich. Although they weren't poor, it was rare to see two sides fighting to burn 140 million for nothing. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen it. As expected, one could see all kinds of strange things after living for a long time. The ancients didn't lie to me. However, Ren and Zhao felt a lingering fear when they thought about it. Luckily, they admitted defeat at the crucial moment. It seemed that the consequences of offending Chen Guang were more serious than they had imagined. Enough. Stop talking. We had just agreed on something. How could you change it so easily? Little Tsong, come with me. Chen Guang pulled Little Tsong to the side. When the two of them walked far away, Chen Guang directly exposed Su Tao's thoughts. Save it. I know that you're afraid that I'll get angry and not broadcast it on your Bamboo. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Am I such a narrow-minded person? Little Tsong thought to himself. If you aren't narrow-minded, then everyone in the country is a prime minister with a big belly. No, it's not like that. Little Tsong didn't care what he thought. On the surface, Little Tsong gave him enough face. Chen Guang shrugged. That's it then. We've been having a good time working together on the live broadcast. I don't have that much time to waste. Although I have my own company now, I'm not interested in jumping around. Don't think about it blindly. As for the movie, since Director Kong and I have already agreed on it, then it's settled. I won't change it. If you insist on letting Qiandao Entertainment continue to be involved in women, then I'll really jump ship. Huh. Little Tsong was dumbfounded. Chen Guang's attitude was very firm. Actually, he knew that when the movie was finished, Little Tsong would definitely understand why he wanted to kick Qiandao Entertainment out. This movie would not be ruined, but that was not important. To put it bluntly, he and Little Tsong were business friends, not close brothers. He had made a lot of money from the live broadcast. It was enough that they had a good time working together. As for the movie, I will earn it myself. You don't have to come. In other words, if you really trust me in acting, I can share some profits with you. But if you look down on my acting, I have no intention of letting you win without doing anything. Alright, Sai. How about this? You should at least leave 10% of the investment for Qiandao Entertainment. That way when it's released, I can help you make more arrangements. Little Tsong said helplessly. Chen Guang thought about it in his heart. Little Tsong's suggestion was not wrong. Alright, then it's settled. The group of people talked about all sorts of things, and finally settled the matter before the press conference officially started. Changing the contract at the last minute was a lot of work. Luckily, Yu Hong and Feng Tianyu were nearby and had already rushed over. They were professionals in this matter. Seeing the representatives of the three companies gathering together to organize the new contract, Jin Shirihua was still not at ease. She tugged at Chen Guang's sleeve and asked, "Have you really decided?" Chen Guang nodded. "Of course. 120 million. Jiang Yage said. Chen Guang said casually. Why are you so sure that I can't act well? Jiang Yage pointed at Yu Hong, who was stamping the contract with a sullen face, Lu Xiaoliang, who was pale as a sheet, and Fang Tianyu, who was counting his fingers while calling Su Li. Your employees' faces gave us the answer. Damn it, I will kick them all later. 10 minutes later, the press conference was in an uproar. All the reporters who had rushed to the conference had their eyes wide open. The male lead of women was really Chen Guang. Director Deng's reputation was going to be ruined. Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads and prepared to rush the draft. Damn big news. In addition, after careful consideration and discussion, we have decided to change the investors of women. The final result is that Tianguang Agency will hold 60% of the shares, Huan Entertainment will hold 30%, and Qiandao Film and Television will hold 10%. Big Beard Deng held the newly signed contracts of the three families in his hand and read them out loud. Well, it was not enough to describe the situation in the press conference as an uproar. The recording pens in the reporters' hands even fell to the ground. They dug their ears, thinking that there was something wrong with their hearing. Chen Guang took over the microphone and adjusted his straw hat before chuckling. Everyone, please don't doubt it. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. My Tianguang management has decided to invest in women. Please look forward to it. We will definitely bring you a perfect work. Damn it, are you stupid? Brother all-rounder, do you have to make such a big bet? Do you not care about money? Do you want to lose like this? Big Beard Deng and the others looked at his confident look and did not even have the mood to smile bitterly. Someone send a few cows to drag him back. Mr. Chen, may I ask why you are so confident that you can act as the male lead of this movie? Hello, Almighty Superman. I am your fan. But don't you think your decision is too hasty? After all, you, Director Deng, we all know that you are a director who pursues excellence. You finally decided to let Chen Guang be the male lead. Is it because he has invested in this movie? Aren't you afraid that it will be a bad movie? So the domestic film market is so impetuous now? Even a famous director like Director Deng will let an investor, who can't act at all, be the male lead? After a short silence, the reporters in the press conference were in an uproar. Chen Guang looked at the people in the press conference, closed his eyes slightly, and controlled his emotions. To be honest, he really wanted to tell everyone that they were questioning the world's best actor. But he held it in, because no one would believe him just by saying it. They would only think that he was a fool. Silence. Everyone silence. All of your problems can be left to time. Chen Guang waved his hand and announced the end of the conference. It turned out that it was not just the people in the press conference who did not have high hopes for him. Perhaps, except for Chen Guang himself. Everyone in the country who knew about this had the same thought when they heard that Tianguang Agency had squeezed out 60% of Qiandao Entertainment's investment. Brother Allrounder had become arrogant. Brother Allrounder had gone crazy. Brother Allrounder had taken the wrong medicine. Brother Allrounder's ability to squander was as good as his gaming ability. Chapter 676. The press conference in the morning ended in a hubbub. Many of the other filmmakers showed up one after another. Then, a group of people sat down and talked for a while about their expectations for the movie. By 11 o'clock in the morning, most of the people had left. Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling ran especially fast. On one hand, they had other jobs to catch up on, and on the other hand, they were forced to stay for Chen Guang's big news. In their eyes, no matter who invested, it would not change the final outcome of the film. Jiang Yage and Jin Shuriwa were actually busier than Ren Chong and Zhao Yueling. It was just that the two women had been sacrificing their own time for Chen Guang's time. Now that the matter was settled, the two had to fly back to London in the afternoon to record songs. The recording of the new album had just begun, and the company in London had already complained a lot about stopping for 2 days. No matter how noisy it was on the internet, since things had been settled, they had to do it well. Chen Guang was too lazy to care about the rumors on the internet. No matter what they said, it would be more useful to shoot a set of trailer scenes. In a sense, other people's doubts about him were not wrong. They were not slandering him for no reason. What they said was well-founded and reasonable. Big Beard Deng still had a casting meeting in the afternoon, which was held at the Chinese Academy of Drama. Chen Guang had nothing to do, so he followed Big Beard Deng to watch the fun. The poor assistant Yang Shi was thrown to Chen Guang by Big Beard Deng again. His task was to become Chen Guang's shadow. To put it nicely, he was to explain the new script to Chen Guang. But in fact, it was just to give him special training before the movie officially started. Acting depended 70% on talent and 30% on hard work. It seemed profound, but in fact, there was a systematic training method. Ordinary people would not know where to start, and would only feel that it was like a cow eating a pumpkin. But in fact, domestic film and television colleges had their own set of methods. A first-line director like Big Beard Deng had a unique way of training actors. Big Beard Deng thought that since things had already turned out this way, he would save as many people as he could. Let's practice his acting skills first. If it really doesn't work, I'll just change the script and change Chen Guang's male lead into a man with facial paralysis. If he doesn't have acting skills and doesn't know how to make expressions, then he'll have facial paralysis the entire time. Right? Sigh, uncle, I've been scolded like a fool since yesterday. Why does everyone insist that I can't do it? A man can't say no. In short, thank you for supporting me this time, uncle. Fortunately, you believe in me. Thanks. Walking side by side with Deng Xiaojiang on the campus of the Chinese Opera, which was in a sense the holy land for boys, Chen Guang said excitedly, "No matter how the world looks down on me, I'm lucky that uncle believes in me." Chen Guang was still touched. Even Jiang Yage and Jin Shihua don't believe in me. Up until now, only uncle hasn't said anything to make me sad. Yes, that's right, uncle, you're so determined to push me to the top. I understand. You're the one who thinks the most of me in the world. You're indeed a famous director. You must have a pair of eyes that can see through the minutest details and see the essence of things. You must have discovered long ago that I'm actually a genius, right? Big Beard Deng silently pondered over the script in his heart. I don't believe you. I'm the one who regrets it the most, okay? I, Deng Xiaojiang, have been making movies all my life. And it's not like I've never been scolded as a lousy movie before. But so far, even if it's a failed movie, maybe it's because the consciousness was too advanced, or maybe it's because the story was too profound, or maybe it's because of funding problems during the shooting period. The only thing that has never been a failure was because the actors weren't good enough. For example, Black Chicken, which is now recognized as a prophecy of God. Dinner is even more shocking after being scrutinized by a large number of film critics. At that time, I was also scolded, but after being scolded, people could still find some of the things I wanted to express from the movies I made, and it also gave me a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. But this time, sigh, why did I change the script like that? Deng Xiaojiang wanted to chop off his own hand. Little Chen, have you read the new script? I haven't had the time. Is there a problem? Oh, then you'd better wait until I'm done. I want to make another change. I should make your character look colder. That is, no matter if you're happy, sad, or angry, you should always be able to maintain a calm and unflinching state. It'll be especially cool. Uncle, you're talking about facial paralysis, right? No, how can that be, ha 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 ha. Chen Guang silently removed Deng Xiaojiang from the list of people on our side. So this guy doesn't trust me either. If it wasn't for the fact that he had trained in the acting world, he actually didn't even want to play the supporting role. But now was different from the past, and he was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. He was also eager to prove himself in the field of acting. After all, what if he was lucky enough to earn a statue of the best actor? That was a statue of the one-line sky level. Although he didn't know how much stronger it was compared to the statue of Jianling Tian, it was still worth looking forward to. Perhaps this wasn't something that could be achieved overnight, but at least you guys have to let me take the first solid step. Therefore, this women not only had to be acted, but it had to be acted well. It had to be performed with grace and charm. It had to be so good that people would be sincerely convinced, and not have any doubts. Well, in a sense, Uncle Big Beard's friendship with me is really good. With his reputation on the internet, he can easily catch an A-list celebrity, and scold him for half an hour. He's so harsh. He obviously looks down on me, but he still stubbornly supports me. It's basically like burning the golden signboard that he built for so many years to send me to a hot air balloon. Uncle, I really thank you for your stubbornness. You're really great. No, I won't play the role of facial paralysis. I won't do it even if you beat me to death. Although Big Beard understood Chen Guang's feelings, Chen Guang was aiming for the best actor throne. So how could he become paralyzed before he could even become an emperor? If that happened, it wouldn't be easy for him to make a comeback in the entertainment industry. Hence, he couldn't agree to it. Seeing that Big Beard Dang still wanted to persuade him, Chen Guang said again, "Actually, uncle, how can I not see which version of the script you're most satisfied with? You don't want to film a half-baked character that you're not satisfied with, right? Why don't you try? Have some confidence." AI. Big Beard Ding sighed. He thought to himself, forget it. When the time comes, the boat will cross the bridge. I'll prepare 2 sets of scripts first. When the time comes, I can't say anything if he messes up a few more times. I'll just change the character's personality, but it won't affect the overall shooting plan. Yang Shi, come over and tell Chen Guang about the new script first. I'll go and choose the actors first. Big Beard said and left Chen Guang and Yang Shi outside the venue. Chen Guang actually wanted to go in and watch the excitement, but he was also curious about what the new script was like. After some hesitation, he dragged Yang Shi to the water bar near the venue. Unlike normal schools, Chinese opera students rarely went home even during the summer. Most of them stayed in school to wait for opportunities, go to Hongdian for filming, or study on their own. The acting industry looked glamorous, but it was full of sweat and tears. One had to have real skills. Even the queen of bad movies, who was always criticized like a vase, actually had acting skills. But acting skills alone weren't enough. There were some rules in this industry that couldn't be avoided. Didn't a genius actress like Zhao Yueling also have some dirt on her H-disc? Did she really like that kind of thing? Not necessarily. Walking in the pugilistic world, people couldn't help themselves. People like Jin and Jiang, who had strong backings, who were fearless and could control their own fate, were few and far between. The decorated water bar was located in a curved hall with floor-to-ceiling glass, covering an area of about 200 to 300 square meters. The afternoon sun shone through the light brown glass into the hall, bringing a warmth that couldn't be dispersed. White bookshelves, white wind chimes, white piano. The entire water bar reverberated with Rang Hisashi's piano piece for Castle in the Sky. Beautiful boys and girls gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, whispering to each other in the water bar. Sometimes they would make high-pitched sounds, as if they were rehearsing for a play. Yang Shi sat on a chair, spread out the script, and placed it in front of Chen Guang. I really miss it. Brother Yang, did you graduate from this school? Chen Guang asked as he marked down a latte on the waiter's list. Yang Shi nodded. Yeah, I used to be like them. I would bring a few classmates here to rehearse and discuss plays and stuff. Brother Yang used to be a successful person. Chen Guang could hear the pride in his words and teased. Yang Shi sighed again. Yeah, I really didn't encounter any setbacks in the past. Before I met you, there was no stain in my life. However, he quickly reacted to the dispiritedness in his voice and pulled himself together. But Director Ding is right. How can everything go smoothly for a person without experiencing some setbacks? How can you understand the beauty of seeing the rainbow after the storm? Alright, let's look at the script. Chen Guang had already memorized the old script, but it was the first time he saw the new version. The movie told the story of a retired boxer from the perspective of the female lead, Jiang Yage. This boxer used to fight desperately to cure his ex-girlfriend, Jin Shiriyue, until he won the championship and stood on top of the world. However, his ex-girlfriend, who was terminally ill, eventually passed away. After that, the disheartened boxer chose to retire, took over his ex-girlfriend's craft shop, and lived an ordinary life. The female lead played by Jiang Yage, the boxer's former fan, suddenly broke in and broke the boxer's peaceful life. This girl next door, who had just grown up, melted the retired boxer's withered heart little by little with her fiery passion and sunshine that seemed to never dissipate. Through a series of events that made people not know whether to laugh or cry, the retired boxer went from being extremely resistant to this little fan at first to slowly accepting her. Finally, under her encouragement, he put down his craft knife, put on his boxing gloves, and once again stood in the ring to prove himself. The whole story was based on the retired boxer played by Chen Guang and Jiang Ye's struggle and never giving up. On the surface, it was about the story of the boxer played by Chen Guang, but in fact, it was to promote the lively, strong, and independent temperament of modern girls. The movie was temporarily named Women, but it was not about ancient wars. Instead, it was to tell people that girls born in the 90s were not the lost generation. They might be willful, stubborn, or even rebellious enough to run away from home to chase stars, even if the things they liked seemed so strange. As a girl, she was infatuated with boxing, and even more infatuated with the retired boxer. But hidden behind all the shortcomings of this girl born in the 90s was a burning heart of innocence. In the movie, Ren Chong played another successful boxer. When Chen Guang dominated the boxing world with the name of a genius, he had just made his debut. Although he was older and had nothing, he felt that he was living in the shadow of Chen Guang and was treated coldly. He crazily wanted to take away everything that Chen Guang had as a boxer, including the lovely and charming Jiang Ye, who could make people feel happy just by being close to her. While Jiang Ye encouraged Chen Guang, the down-and-out retired boxer, Ren Chong launched a crazy pursuit of Jiang Ye from another angle, so that the girl Jiang Ye had to face more realistic things, such as money, status, family pressure, etc., forcing her to make a cruel choice between dreams and reality. At first, in order to highlight Jiang Ye's role, Chen Guang's role was diluted, and Ren Chong's role was more important as the male lead. But after a few major changes to the script, Ren Chong had to step back. As for Zhou, he played a high-ranking official in the Boxing Association, and Zhao Yueling played Zhou's girlfriend, who was also an influential secretary and president of the Boxing Association. Their roles were also set to be the antagonists in the movie, suppressing Chen Guang in various ways. Especially Zhao Yueling's role. She and Jiang Ye's role were polar opposites. One was young and impetuous, seemingly immature, but had a pure heart. The other was slightly older, but had long been in a high position. On the surface, she was a strong woman that everyone feared. She wore a lot of name tags on her, and her words carried weight. She did things swiftly and decisively, but behind the glamour was an ugly soul. How is it? This script is not bad, right? It's more impactful than before, right? She was also part of the main creative team that made the major changes to the script. Although he did not have much confidence in Chen Guang's acting, people always like to be praised. Chen Guang said strangely, "It is more impactful, but this theme seems to involve some unspoken rules in the sports world. Can it pass the review? Won't they be pinched?" She smiled proudly. "Isn't our director Deng? Isn't the female lead Jiang Ye? We're promoting positive energy in general. So how can it not pass the review?" Chen Guang said. "But then again, just looking at the script, I think this movie is quite artistic. Why is the investment so high? I can't figure it out." She rolled his eyes at him and stretched out a finger. "Do you think we want to? Just the salary of the few of you lead actors added together is already more than this amount." Chen Guang felt particularly annoyed. "After all this time, I've already taken out more than half of my money, and it turns out that I've taken back more than half of it." She shrugged. "What else can we do? Nowadays, the salaries of domestic artists are shooting up like a rocket. There's nothing we can do about it. There's a crazy influx of capital from all over the country, and there's nowhere to spend the money. This is the market trend, and even a famous director like Director Deng has to follow the market trend. A few days ago, that bunch of idiots, Guang Zhuangju, actually made a public opinion statement saying that they wanted to regulate the artists' salaries. That was nonsense. The eyes of the masses were as clear as snow. Why would they need laymen who only know how to slap their heads to pester them endlessly? This situation can only last for a year or two. Before long, the market will naturally make a choice. The ones who can last until the end are the ones with real money and real ability. Brother Chen Guang, we really need to think about it. Don't get a bad idea. We can't be a little fresh meat. Chen Guang said. First of all, the director of the general administration will not take the blame. We don't care about this. Also, the old man must be that person with real ability. You really don't have to worry about him. As he was complaining in his heart, Yang Shi magically took out a book from his bag. That's right. It was the book Chen Guang had already read. Let's start with this book. Let me tell you about the basic concepts of performing arts first. Chen Guang rolled his eyes again. I've learned this book in the World of Cups. I can recite it from the last word to the first word without a problem. Come on. The front is all nonsense. Turn to the 5th page, the 2nd paragraph, the 3rd line. The original words are like this. What is performing arts? Actors play characters. Through organized actions, they create living, flesh and blood, full of personality, and have artistic appeal. The basic principles of performing arts are. Yang Shi turned to the page Chen Guang mentioned in bewilderment. He glanced at it, and was stunned. F***ck. Can you not be such an animal? Can you not be so professional? Young man, when did you memorize it? Did we all misjudge you? Did you really come prepared? This is not scientific. Turn to the 15th page. I think there's a sentence in it that makes sense. Chen Guang felt that showing off once was not enough. He decided to beat Yang Shi to death. If he wanted to relax and not be pestered by this young man all day, he had to make him kneel first. The two chatted for an hour or two. Yang Shi took out a few books from his bag, such as Stanley's Actor Self-Cultivation, Methods for Systems of Self-Training, etc. As a result, Chen Guang could recite all of them fluently. Not only could he recite them, the key was that his understanding of these works had completely exceeded Yang Shi's imagination and realm. Yang Shi could not understand what was going on. The last time he met Chen Guang, he was still a complete novice. Only a few months had passed since then. Even if he had not proven himself in front of the camera, just based on his theoretical knowledge alone, he seemed to have completely surpassed Yang Shi, who had 7 or 8 years of experience in the industry, and had already made a name for himself in the industry. The two of them were so engrossed in their conversation that they did not notice that the other student groups in the water bar had quietly gathered around the tables near them. They pricked up their ears and listened to their conversation in a daze. Yang Shi closed the last book he carried with him with a blank expression. After listening to Chen Guang's analysis, he was so ashamed that he wanted to erase all the notes he had written and drawn in the book with correction fluid. Chen Guang, I really can give up. Damn it. Your life is practically a cheat. Chapter 677. Chen Guang made a fist and palm salute. You flatter me. Do you think I can act now? Yang Shi hesitated for a while and finally said through gritted teeth, if you are not an armchair strategist like Zhao Kuo, then you can act. What Zhao Kuo? This gentleman here is a master, okay? He is even better than our teacher. The group of students had been eavesdropping for a long time. A girl could not help but loudly refute for Chen Guang. Even Chen Guang was startled. When he turned his head, a fragrance assaulted his nostrils. Holy shit. When did this girl sit beside him? He touched his face. Did I become more handsome recently? All the girls in my vicinity will be attracted to me involuntarily? Hey, isn't that Senior Yang Shi? Someone finally recognized Yang Shi. As an outstanding graduate of Chinese opera, Yang Shi was quite famous in the school. I heard that Senior Yang Shi is in the crew of women. So this is Bro Pantheon. Oh my god. Chen Guang. I am your fan. Bro Pantheon. I just scolded you on the internet yesterday. I regret it. I didn't expect Bro Pantheon to be so awesome. Bro Pantheon, can I have your autograph? Me too. Well, being famous also had its disadvantages. It was easy to be seen through, feeling the crowd around him, especially the beautiful figures of the Chinese opera female students. Chen Guang looked calm, but his heart was as sweet as honey. I want to be famous so much. Isn't this the moment I am looking forward to? Don't push. Everyone don't push. Your breasts are making it hard for me to breathe. Everyone don't touch me. Little girl, be more reserved. Don't touch my butt. Don't. Let me tell you, if you put your hand under my crotch again, once the old man's power is triggered, you will break your bones. Being famous had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that there was always an endless number of advantages to be taken advantage of in a crowd like this. The disadvantage was that even though he was feeling extremely good, he still had to maintain the appearance of a gentleman on the surface. Pain and happiness. After a long time, Chen Guang and Yang Shi finally escaped from the water bar in a panic. The casting call for Big Beard was still going on, but Yang Shi's mood was no longer the same as before. He was looking forward to seeing Chen Guang fight in front of the camera as soon as possible. If his actual combat level was even 1/10 of his theoretical knowledge, then it would be enough to support this movie. By that time, he would probably be able to become the assistant who was the best at training actors in the history of the film industry. At this time, Chen Guang received another call. Yu Hong and the others had finally settled the matter of going to Central TV. Chen Guang hung up the phone and smiled proudly at Yang Shi. I have some good news. Tomorrow, I will go to Central TV to record a program at the Guinness Conference. I want to show the world who is the best sharpener in the world. Isn't there a scene in the movie about a handicraft shop? Uncle Big Beard is really amazing. This script is actually tailor-made for me, right? In a sense, he was not wrong. When they first met, Big Beard Deng realized that Chen Guang had the potential to become a boxing star. To act as a boxer, he did not even need to deliberately go to the gym. Once he took off his jacket, he would have the body of a standard lightweight boxing champion. The identity of a handicraft shop owner and the best sharpener in history was also a perfect match. Chen Guang patted Yang Shi on the shoulder. If you want to create hype, we have hype. If you want to act, we have acting skills. Follow me well. I will bring you guys along to show off and fly. Yang Shi was shocked by this master's confidence. Later that night, the two went their separate ways. Chen Guang had a meeting with the 4 mid-level executives of Tianguang Agency early in the morning to discuss tomorrow's Guinness Conference recording. On the other hand, Yang Shi was gesticulating in front of Big Beard Deng about what happened today. Unfortunately, Big Beard did not believe him, but when he heard that Chen Guang had decided to cooperate with the production team and decided to pay for CCTV, Big Beard was very touched. He was most afraid that this young man did not know his place and only wanted to act well. Now it seemed that he was very self-aware. He knew that the East is not bright, the West is bright. We can save our acting skills for now, but if we can create hype, we can at least guarantee the box office. Thinking about it, Big Beard felt sorry for himself. I used to be so strict. People said that when I did something, it was either I don't do it or I do it. Now that things have come to this, am I finally going to walk the same path as other directors? Now, I can only rely on hype to increase the box office. Is it the distortion of human nature, or the abnormality of the market? Alright, stop lamenting. That's it. Yang Shi, you should go and follow him. I will arrange for people to cooperate with him. If he is really successful in the handicraft industry, he can really make a big deal out of the movie. Sai, you go. After leaving the Chinese Opera Academy alone, Chen Guang wanted to go and see Wu Tong. But when he called, he found that Chief Wu's work was so heavy that it made people's hair stand on end. Just today, she was outside with the people from the Key Case Investigation Unit. It was said that an international criminal had quietly sneaked into Yanjing. The matter was more troublesome than expected. The entire Yanjing police force was secretly working together to maintain public security. Wu Tong could not escape. Although Wu Tong was now the chief of the Guanju district branch, she still had the habit of taking the lead. She did not say anything when something happened. She would lead the team, and the others would follow. Chen Guang did not feel good. Originally, Wu Tong should have stayed in the 5 capitals and enjoyed her life as a second generation. Now, she was trapped in Yanjing and could not move. Come to think of it, it was his responsibility. As a deputy chief, he was always idling around. She was a division chief. This was the real working state. Don't work too hard. What if something happens to you? How am I going to live? Chen Guang said half jokingly and half seriously on the phone. Wu Tong was sitting in the command vehicle, chatting with him. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm an outstanding student from Shund. I have real swords and guns in my hands. I'm leading the charge not because I'm some random girl, but because of my fists. Come, I'll call someone over for you to listen to. Little Tong, tell me, who was the champion of the women's division in the Yanjing police system fighting competition last month? It's our Chief Wu. Invincible. Unifying the underworld. Okay, I won't let you show off here. Let's talk another day. I suspect that the terrorists who sneaked in this time are related to Xuelin. We haven't contacted Xuelin for almost half a month. In the end, Wu Tong could not help but tell Chen Guang about it. Chen Guang silently hung up the phone. He sympathized with the good comrades in Wu Tong's branch who were on the front line of the war. As for Xuelin, he sank his mind into the world in the cup again. His heart was at ease. So far, the only fanatic was still sending him faith points. The thread was still strong. Perhaps he was just hiding and dealing with the world breaker. He would not be able to contact the outside world for a while. It was useless to worry for nothing. He just needed to know that he was still alive. In addition, he made a simple call to Xianqin. The workload of the Guangding headquarters had been exploding in the past 2 days. The two little Lolas were busy. With the destruction of the Special Affairs Bureau, the new department, which was originally hidden in the dark, quickly came to the forefront. The headquarters was temporarily located in Wujing. They established a new office location for the headquarters, accepted the original Special Affairs Bureau employees from all over the country, and conducted further probing and negotiations with the major forces of the underworld, who had secretly sent people over. With Chen Guang gone, the two little Lolas had to take care of all these matters. Sweetheart, why is it that in other people's cartoons, little Lolas like us can be so popular just by acting cute all day long? But when it comes to us, we're always tired like dead dogs? Wu Miaowan threw the documents in her hands away like a goddess scattering flowers. She looked up with a dull gaze, but her hands reached out like lightning. In just a moment, she had categorized the staff information of the various branches of the Special Affairs Bureau. Xianqin sat in front of the computer. Stop complaining. We're both lucky. Didn't you see the 30-odd people that Chen Guang brought into his company? We have to do our work here, and we have to stand guard in his company cooking and cleaning. They're the ones who are miserable. That's right. Director, if you don't come back soon, I'll have to go to Beijing to arrest him. He's using the excuse of participating in the military exercise and never coming back. He's trying to shirk his responsibility. Xianqin swung her hand and was so angry that she wanted to smash the mouse. Wu Miaowan comforted her. You can't think that way. After all, his current task is to stabilize the Wen family. Don't mention Wenwen. Xianqin was really angry. Wu Miaowan turned to look at her childhood friend and laughed. You're jealous. You like our director. Like how I like him. Xianqin would never admit to such a thing. Do we really need to treat them to a meal? Chen Guang asked Lu Xiaoyang, who was sitting next to him, sitting in the private room of Yin Yushan restaurant. He was not very happy about this kind of social interaction. Buttface, you can just accompany the guests. Why do you have to drag me here? However, this time, they had suddenly jumped the queue to appear on the program. Today, they had settled the deal, and tomorrow they would have to record the program. Moreover, they had to be the first one to jump the queue, which could be considered as owing a favor to the relevant leaders of the central television. However, the other party had specifically mentioned that they wanted to have a meal with him. Anyway, Chen Guang had nothing to do today, so he came here to sit. However, they had agreed to meet at 6:30, and now it was almost 7 o'clock, but no one had come. This made Chen Guang very unhappy, and it reminded him of a familiar feeling. Yes, that's right. It was the unpleasant experience of treating President Ma of the 5 capital cities with Zhu Jifa. He didn't even want to complain about himself. Was the old man going to fall into the vicious cycle of being pretentious and slapping himself while eating? He took out his phone silently. If that's the case, who can I summon to be my pretentious baby? Xiaolinzi. Save it. Only a few people really knew Xiaolinzi's identity. If the other party could recognize Xiaolinzi, he must be a tough guy. Brother Xiaobai. He should be able to take on a fight. And he would definitely be able to hold the fort. But I have a mental barrier. As for the others, I really can't find any reliable choices. Thinking about it carefully, it was because I don't have enough face. If I really had the same status as Brother Xiaobai, who would dare to ask me to entertain people? Alright, if I used my identity as the chief of the Stabilizing General Bureau, I would definitely be able to intimidate people. But I can't say this. I have a luxurious robe, but I can only walk at night. Sigh. Who would have thought that I, the almighty Superman, the owner of the heavenly Holy Grail, the chief of the Stabilizing General Bureau, would actually be reduced to the level of accompanying a third-rate celebrity? It really makes one sigh. For the sake of faith, for the sake of fame, in the end, I still have to sell my dignity. The group of people sat and waited for more than 10 minutes. Feng Tianyu was so hungry that his stomach was growling, while Suli took out some French bread from his satchel and started to fill his stomach. The few people from the Central TV Guinness program team finally arrived. The situation was not as serious as the previous time, when Chen Guang and Zhu Jifa invited President Ma. After the group of people entered the door, they apologized profusely, saying that there were many things to do in the office, and to adjust the program arrangements at the last minute. They were extremely busy, and they were embarrassed to be late. Since the other party gave face, Chen Guang didn't put on an act, and gave them enough face. It seemed like they were really busy with the change of the program. At the table, everyone chatted happily, looking very harmonious. Until the second group of people appeared, the atmosphere was very harmonious. This second group of people was the official staff of the Guinness organization. There were two tall men with blonde hair and blue eyes, and a rich lady with branded clothes on her body. The Guinness organization wasn't a traditional official organization, but a non-governmental organization that was spread all over the world. Its founding mission was to encourage people to challenge and surpass their limits. On the surface, it was a non-profit organization, but in fact, Guinness had made a lot of money from this name. In a sense, if someone was certified by Guinness in a certain aspect, at least in the eyes of the public, this person had basically reached the ranks of the world's best in this field. With Guinness's efforts to promote this concept in China, and with the help of some government agencies, the Guinness certification had become more well-known and recognized than overseas. Just like this time, Yu Hong and the rest had helped Chen Guang get approved by Guinness. Other than bribing some people in Central TV, these two Guinness staff had also received a lot of money. Of course, Chen Guang did not ask them about this matter. He had given them some funds and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. He was not a rigid person. In the past, Feng Yu was poor and had to work his fingers to survive. Now, it was easy to earn money, and anything that could be solved with money was not a big deal. All Chen Guang wanted was a big stage. As long as he stood on the stage, it was up to him whether he could pass the certification. There was no need for him to do anything behind the scenes. As long as one was not blind, they could tell that Chen Guang's pencil sharpening skills were unparalleled. Out of etiquette, Chen Guang used a standard British accent to communicate with the three foreigners. He did not even need Feng Tianyu to translate for him. Old Feng felt that he was a useless person. Chief Chen's accent is unparalleled. Lu Xiaoyang comforted him. Don't worry, Brother Feng. With you around, we feel like we are a team. Feng Tianyu was overjoyed. Really? Am I that important? Lu Xiaoyang nodded. Of course. A company without a marketing department is not a complete company, although the marketing department does not seem to be of much use now. On the other side, Chen Guang was chatting with Lu Xiaoyang when he felt something was amiss. Since when did that rich woman sit beside him? What is she doing with her hand? Why is her hand on my thigh? Why are her eyes so watery when she looks at me? If it was a pretty girl looking at me like that, it would make me feel good. But Auntie, what are you doing? Stop messing around. I don't like your type. He did not expect to encounter such a situation. It was not easy to be a female celebrity in the entertainment industry, But it was not easy to be a male celebrity either. The rumors were true. There was actually a rich woman who liked this type. Stop messing around. You look older than my mother. Chapter 678. Mr. Chen, Mariana is the president of the Guinness Asia-Pacific Council. It's a pleasure to meet you. The more she spoke, the closer she sat to Chen Guang. Her plump body pressed closer to Chen Guang. In addition, Mariana's jewelry store needs a spokesperson. Mr. Chen, your image is very compatible with my business philosophy. Can I invite you for supper tonight? As she spoke, she reached out to Chen Guang's arm and exerted a little force. Feeling Master Guang's firm muscles hidden behind the clothes rack, she silently swallowed her saliva. Her eyes shone even brighter. The two Guinness staff members next to her looked at the situation helplessly. Mariana was the widow of a jewelry tycoon in America. She was unrestrained, rich, and capricious. She had always been known as a male model hunter in the European and American social circles. In the past, she was just a nominal member of Guinness and never interfered with the specific affairs. These 2 days, she happened to be traveling with her company's staff. When she heard that a Chinese celebrity was inviting her to dinner, she happily tagged along. Sure enough, she took a fancy to this Chinese guy. This performance was a little immodest, but it was in line with her usual style of doing things. She liked this kind of young and fresh body that was full of vitality. There was no difference between the East and the West. As long as the other party was famous enough, handsome enough, and sturdy enough, they were all within her hunting range. Chen Guang's stomach churned. He wanted to spit on this woman's face. Although the old man wasn't a good person, his aesthetic standards were too different from mine. I'm only selling my skills, not my body. I just want your Guinness to certify me. You're asking too much. Thank you for your kindness, Mrs. Smith, but I'm afraid I can't endorse your jewelry. I've already endorsed a jewelry company in China. Chen Guang remembered the last time he had dinner with Bai Hua. There was indeed a jewelry company among the endorsement contracts he had signed. He could use it as a shield. That's a pity, but it's okay. Mr. Chen, we can still talk about other things. The plump woman still didn't give up. She attacked Chen Guang again, her words becoming more and more obvious. Although the other people at the table seemed to be talking about their own things, they were also shocked by the scene on Chen Guang's side. The leaders of Central TV were filled with regret. It was actually Mariana Smith's request to invite Chen Guang to accompany the guests. At that time, they did not think too much about it, and just invited Chen Guang along, thinking that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, they knew about the relationship between Chen Guang and Jin Shiriyue, so they did not dare to offend Chen Guang. They did not expect the chairman of the Guinness Asia-Pacific region to have such an idea. Chen Guang felt like he was about to explode. If it was his old temper, he would have punched her in the face. If you were a hot blonde beauty with big wavy hair and blue eyes, it's not that we can't have a good conversation, but I really can't take your bite. He silently raised his hand and blocked the noblewoman's hands. Then, he stood up with a cold expression and apologized. Everyone, I'm sorry. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by this? The noblewoman's face also turned cold, and she called out to Chen Guang from behind. Chen Guang turned around. When the others saw his expression, they knew that something bad was going to happen. They wanted to persuade him, but it was too late. Mrs. Smith, I don't know how you deal with people abroad, but this is China. Although I can speak a foreign language fluently, it doesn't mean that I understand your country's culture. Perhaps in your opinion, this is a little rude, but in my opinion, I have already used a subtle and clear way to express my disgust for your overly intimate actions, but you turned a blind eye to it. Or are you playing dumb with me? I originally wanted to give everyone a way out. Using our ancient Chinese saying, it is to leave a way out for others. But if you insist on asking me what I mean, then I will tell you clearly that I don't care who you are, nor do I care what jewelry company you have. I am already very rich, understand? After saying this long string of words, Chen Guang pushed the door open and prepared to leave. Mrs. Smith suddenly stood up. You have to know that I have a veto on the Guinness certification. Chen Guang almost laughed out loud, but he shrugged. Whether I have your certification or not is not as important to me as you think. The audience in front of the TV has their own judgment, and it won't matter if you give me a stamp or not. Also, I also want to know how you are going to give me a veto. Why don't we meet at the recording tomorrow? You can use whatever tricks you have. I don't mind. This time, Chen Guang really left, leaving everyone at the table looking at each other. The leaders of Central TV's program team did not expect this meal to end on such a sour note. They were actually in a difficult position, stuck in the middle. They did not want to offend Chen Guang, but the Guinness organization had been working with them for many years, and they knew each other very well. It was a happy cooperation to get rich together, so it was not good for them to be biased. Mrs. Smith threw a cold look at Chen Guang and left with a gloomy face, leaving the other 2 Guinness employees to clean up the mess. Mr. Yu, this time your boss. One of the Guinness employees said hesitantly. Although Yu Hong felt that Chen Guang's reaction was a little too extreme, he was the boss. Since the boss had made the decision, the employees had to clean up the mess, but they could not go against the boss's wishes. They had to do things according to the boss's tone. Yu Hong smiled bitterly and said, Mrs. Smith's previous behavior did cross the line a little, so I hope Mr. Powell can help mediate. There are some differences in our culture, but it doesn't matter. As the old Chinese saying goes, no discord, no concord. We should seek common ground while reserving our differences. Powell continued to shake his head. Mr. Yu, you don't understand. Mrs. Smith also has a lot of say in the entire association. Besides, she brought her employees to China for a vacation. Her employees? Fang Tianyu, who was next to him, became interested. The masters of Smith Jewelry? Powell nodded. Yes. In fact, we have held competitions similar to Mr. Chen's performance in Europe and America before. At that time, the champions or the top few were all hired by Mrs. Smith. In a sense, Smith Jewelry may not be the largest and most high-end jewelry company in the world, but their top technicians are indeed a group of people with the most dexterous hands in the world. We may not be able to stop Mrs. Smith from activating the challenge mode tomorrow. The so-called challenge mode was rarely used in the entire Guinness certification system. Usually, the certification was only compared to the past records. After all, it was very difficult to gather all the people around the world who were particularly good in a certain field to participate in a small certification. Or, some people chose to challenge very unconventional events, such as blowing up 100 balloons in a minute. As long as they completed that, they would basically meet the certification standards. To activate the challenge mode, it usually took a long time to prepare, build momentum in advance, arrange the contestants, and go through a series of complicated preparations to gather the world record holder and the challenger together. Or, it was to gather other contestants who had already achieved enough in the field to challenge the new record together. The contestants could not be the kind that could be found on the street. At the very least, they had to have achieved enough certification and reputation in the field. For example, several of the top employees of Smith Jewelry Company were highly respected craftsmen in Europe and the United States. Each of them had more or less a different world record. Everyone was suddenly speechless. They could not help but worry about Chen Guang's fate the next day. If Mrs. Smith really did that, things would be really troublesome. Chen Guang's previous videos could indeed prove that he was very good in a sense. But who could guarantee that he would be able to win in the end under the attack of Smith Jewelry Company's employees? After all, they were people who had really proven themselves in the world competition, and more than one of them. Apart from that, the authenticity of Chen Guang's videos had yet to be verified. After all, no one present had actually seen him perform in person. In their original plan, Chen Guang's matter was at most a commercial hype. As for Chen Guang's real ability, they really did not have much hope. After all, what Chen Guang wanted to challenge was to sharpen the most Eiffel Tower pencil nibs in the shortest amount of time. There were no competitors. It was enough for him to show a level that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. He did not really have to surpass them. When he performed, he would add some sound effects, some rendering, some special effects. And then with a bang, he would make it seem like something that was not very impressive. After all, who would have nothing better to do with pencils? No one really expected a new generation of celebrities like Chen Guang to put much effort into sharpening pencils. He would not be so bored, right? It was supposed to be a very simple and happy matter. But now that he had offended Mrs. Smith, things had become troublesome. Yu Hong's employees had personally helped Chen Guang write the bleach essay during the battle of wits and courage between Chen Guang and 8 Weekly. They had also seen some technical analysis, so they had more confidence in Chen Guang than the average person. But they still felt that things were quite troublesome. Mr. Chen was busy all day. He was good at this in the past. But now that he had not played for a long time, his skills had returned. What if he did not perform well tomorrow? Or Mrs. Smith's employees performed better than usual? There were more uncertain factors. What if they really sniped Mr. Chen? Sigh. Thinking of how overbearing Chen Guang was when he left, Yu Hong and the others had a headache. You can show off for a while, but us employees have a headache when we have to clean up after you. The matter was not completed, and the initial investment was wasted. Mr. Powell, is there really nothing we can do about Mrs. Smith? Fang Tianyu wanted to light his cigarette again. He was very depressed. Powell shook his head. Although we don't want to admit it, Mrs. Smith is famous for her eccentric personality in the industry. Of course, she is also a billion-dollar tycoon, so she has the right to be willful. Unless you can convince Mr. Chen to lower his head and communicate with Mrs. Smith. Oh no. No. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention Yu Hong and Fang Tianyu's employees. Even the leaders of the Central TV program team were shaking their heads like a rattle drum. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. First of all, Chen Guang could not possibly have any interest in Marianne Smith. Second, introducing Jean Shiryu as boyfriend to a foreign lady was something that these so-called leaders of Central TV felt their scalps go numb just thinking about it. We can't take the blame for this. If we had known that your chairman was planning this, we would not have brought this meal today. Then, there's nothing we can do about Mrs. Smith. She is the chairman. Everyone, get ready to accept the challenge tomorrow. I hope Mr. Chen can win with as much vigor as he did just now. If there is any dispute, I think Mrs. Smith will find a chance to use her veto power as the chairman. Powell looked like a gentleman, but in fact they had lost face today. In the end, he could not hide his displeasure, and left after saying a few words. After Powell left, the Central TV program team explained to Yu Hong and the rest. We didn't expect this either. Sigh, who knows? The old widow has been dry for a long time, so her taste is weird. Although our CEO Chen is not very tall, he is a little handsome. Men who are too handsome are also a disaster. Lu Xiaoyang commented. Chen Guang returned to the hotel alone. He did not care much about the incident just now. He had forgotten about it after the disgust. In the past, he had always been proud that he was not ugly. But now it seemed that being handsome was also a sin. God had punished him for his sin. I admit to this sin. What do you think that fat woman is going to do? She even brought a master to snipe me? In the hotel, Chen Guang chatted with the four of them without looking back. At the same time, he casually achieved a pentakill on the computer. He had not done it for a long time, so he had to take care of Xiao Tsung's mood. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room wasn't as high as when he hosted the Throne Challenge, but it was still maintained at more than 2 million viewers. For an extremely unprofessional online live streamer who didn't care about his work, having more than 2 million viewers was already considered a phenomenal number. When Chen Guang was talking, he did not turn off the microphone. He did not deliberately avoid anyone. Lu Xiaoyang sighed. It's like this. We offended someone. An excellent employee would never say that the boss was in the wrong. Even if he knew that the boss had made a mistake, he would take the blame first. The word "we" had a very rich connotation. Fang Tianyu sorted out a document from behind him and put it in Chen Guang's hand. He said, CEO Chen, this is the information on several top masters of Smith jewelry. They are really good, and they have been immersed in handicrafts for many years. They are internationally renowned. Although it happened in a hurry, they did come prepared. Chen Guang did not even look at the information. Instead, he silently finished the last team battle, destroyed the opponents, and led his teammates to take down the opponent's base. Only then did he look back at the crowd, and then he switched to the bullet screen. The viewers in the bullet screen were obviously very interested in the story. It sounded like there was an inside story, very exciting, and very explosive. Chapter 679. Who's so arrogant as to snipe Brother Almighty? Smith Jewelry? What's that for? I heard from my cousin who's studying abroad that it's a very famous old jewelry company. It's very large and famous for its handmade jewelry. Really? Why would they want to make things difficult for Brother Almighty? Snipe what? Don't you know? Haven't you seen Brother Almighty's Weibo? He's going to the Guinness conference tomorrow. Compete in what? Dota? Who dares to compete with him? No, it's sharpening pencils. F*CK. F*CK. This is so F*King boring. Sharpening pencils? It's probably a variant of handicraft. It's boring just thinking about it. It's boring. I don't think so. I've watched Guinness before. It's quite exciting. And someone actually dares to snipe Brother Almighty. Don't you think it's interesting? It makes sense. That's why I don't watch Guinness. I'll support it this time. I agree with you. Don't blindly worship Brother Almighty. I just checked the information. The people from Smith Jewelry are very powerful, super powerful. Really? I'll check it out too. F*CK. They're really powerful. F*CK. Brother Almighty is in danger this time. Is it really that scary? Really? There are several world champions in the handicraft world. It's dangerous. Is Brother Almighty going to kneel this time? Kneel your sister. Brother Almighty will kneel? Have you forgotten the painful lessons of those people before? Have you forgotten everyone who thought he would kneel? Those who wanted to live stream themselves eating 10 kilograms of sh*t, streaking naked. Whatever they did, didn't they all kneel in the end? There's still some truth to it. Alright, let's wait for the show. Brother Almighty is invincible. Overlord of spring and autumn. Unify the world. Invincible in the universe. Dominate the outland. For the Lich King. Gradually, the comments started to harmonize with one side supporting Chen Guang. After all, most of those watching the stream were Chen Guang's fans. As for the haters and haters, under the dual attacks of the extremely diligent moderators and super administrators, these people all lived on a long list of banned people. They would kill anyone they saw, and their IPs would be permanently blocked without batting an eye. Chen Guang's livestream was also known as the Tomb of the Rhythm Dog. No other livestream had ever been as diligent as the Rhythm Dog. Even the Rhythm team, who were paid by him, did not accept his work. Damn, he was too diligent. The cost of registering a new account was too high. After all, his real audience was already enough to keep the bullet screen exploding for a long time. He really did not need a Rhythm Dog to increase his popularity. Now, he simply set the bullet screen to only LV5 and above audience members. But it was still useless. The bullet screen was still filled with snowflakes. There was even a legend circulating on Bamboo platform. Those who were qualified to post colorful bullet screens in the live broadcast room of Almighty Superman were the real tycoons. They were diehard fans who had given gifts of more than 5,000 yuan. After the bullet comments were in sync, Chen Guang pointed at the screen and turned to look at the four of them. Did you see that? I have so many fans supporting me. They trust me so much. How can I lose? I can't afford to lose, even for the more than 2 million fans in the livestream room. So no matter what that fat bitch is going to do, or what kind of challenge mode it is, it doesn't matter. I don't care, because I must win. And I must win. Although they knew he was talking nonsense, and the blessing of fans' spiritual strength only existed in hot-blooded comics, the fans in the livestream room were still very happy. They started to send gifts crazily again. It was even more ferocious than when he used the Rampage Pentakill. Yu Hong and the other three had no choice. The boss was acting tough. What could the employees do? They had to bow down and worship him. Yes, that's right. President Chen has never lost. It's the same this time. I don't care what kind of fighters the fat bitch has called. Buttface reacted the fastest. As a pioneer paparazzi who had been with Zhou Wei for so many years, he was really good at flattering people. Fang Tianyu said weakly. But the masters of Smith are really... Before he could finish his words, Lu Xiaoyang poked his waist fiercely. He immediately changed his words. President Chun is invincible. Yu Hong and Su Li couldn't stand this group of people anymore. They ran out of the livestream room and disappeared from the livestream room as soon as possible. After comforting his employees, Chen Guang asked them to leave. Then he sat back in front of the computer and started another round of one-on-one games. He snapped his fingers calmly at the camera. Brothers and sisters, did you hear that? Tomorrow, I will participate in the recording of the so-called Guinness show. It will be broadcasted in a few days. I want to give you a warning in advance. Well, I hope you can support me in front of the TV and help me promote the show. I don't know much about Smith's jewelry, and I don't want to know much about them. I don't know how powerful their people are, but I can promise you that no matter who they send, I will win without any shame, okay? I heard that the audience rating of the Guinness show is less than 1%. Let's make a plan. If you can help me promote the show, the audience rating can reach 3%. That will be about 9 million people. I will draw 1,000 yuan cash prizes on Weibo. How about that? To Chen Guang, money wasn't as important as faith points. In order to promote the Guinness conference, he had spared no effort. The more people watch the show, even those who are not interested in sharpening pencils, as long as they are convinced by his godly skills, they will be able to provide faith points. If 1 million yuan can help him reach the peak of sharpening pencils, it will be worth it. Although the internet celebrity economy is booming, and the net worth of internet celebrities is rising, Chen Guang is the only one who dares to take out 1 million yuan for a lucky draw. He is rich, willful, and unreasonable. For the sake of fame, the old man is willing to go all out. To be honest, although his live broadcast time was not fixed, every time he broadcast, he would bring the audience a great visual enjoyment. Even if it was just a solo ladder, he could still play it to his heart's content. Today was originally just an ordinary live broadcast, but he made such a pretentious trailer, which really made the audience's hearts surge with emotions. I don't know why, but we just like your arrogant and condescending attitude, yet others can't do anything about it. Just because of your face, we can't help but want to give you a gift. Halfway through the game, the promotion for women came up again. Chen Guang is going to play the role of a retired boxer who runs a handicraft shop. In the movie, he will not use a stunt double. He will do it himself, trying to make the movie as realistic as possible. Putting aside his acting skills, Chen Guang is so focused. He trained hard for the movie, and now he is going to challenge the Guinness World Record. It is hard to find a male lead like him. Originally, the movie Women has attracted enough attention these days. Once the promotion for the movie keeps up, the audience in the live broadcast room jumped up again out of thin air. The effect is even better when both sides work together. Xiao Tsong is very proud in his heart. Other live broadcast platforms have to work hard, poach people everywhere, create all kinds of gimmicks, and even take the risk of letting the female hosts in the platform sell their bodies just to attract more popularity. However, the effect is like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. They can't make ends meet all year round, and they are all losing money doing the platform. But my bamboo live broadcast, since it is on the list with Chen Guang, the big tree in the industry, it is going to become the best in the industry. Yes, that's right. In many people's eyes, I, Chang Xiaotsong, am a loafer. My private life is also very messy. Without my dad, I am nothing. Before I created the bamboo platform, I relied on my dad and his think tank to guide me in my investments. That's how I barely made any progress. Even my graduation certificate from an Ivy League school abroad was obtained by luck. I am not particularly talented in business, and I am not a good person. But the best decision I made in the first half of my life is to be the first to go to the 5 capitals after smelling the smell of blood on Chen Guang's body. Through Zhong Bai, I got in touch with Chen Guang. Thinking about it, He silently clicked the mouse and bought 1,000 Manchu Han Imperial Feast for Chen Guang from his own pocket. One Manchu Han Imperial Feast is worth 500 yuan. When Chen Guang got off the broadcast, he looked at the statistics of the gifts backstage. Well, it is really a coincidence. The other side casually promised to draw 1,000,000 yuan. In the end, I only broadcast for less than 3 hours, and the gifts added up to 1.01 million yuan. I have broken even in advance. Why are there so many rich people today? When he returned to the broadcast room, he looked at the #1 fan ranking for today. Well, it was actually Xiaozong. Chen Guang silently sent a message to Xiaozong, and then went offline to pack up. As for the so-called team behind Mrs. Smith, he really did not care. He did not understand where Mrs. Smith got the courage to play this challenge mode. Poor mortal. You and your subordinates do not understand the realm of gods, okay? Do you think I am just an internet celebrity who relies on hype? Do you think I do not have real skills? The ignorant are really fearless. They must not have watched my videos properly. They have no idea what kind of existence they are challenging. Chen Guang did not guess wrong. Although his early videos had more or less a little influence abroad, the master-level employees of the jewelry company were not netizens. Most of their time was spent working and earning money, so they did not pay much attention to the hot topics on the internet. It was understandable that they did not know the power of an almighty Superman. As for Mariana Smith, although she also paid attention to celebrities and male models, most of her attention was on finding her own male idol. She really did not think that all the employees in her company would lose to a Chinese male artist. Mariana lay on the magnificent golden bed, letting the 2 male models who had been hired with a lot of money go up and down around her plump body. Her eyes were fixed on her cell phone until the live broadcast screen went black. Then she turned off the live broadcast with a gloomy face and patted the square-faced male model beside her. What did he say about me just now? Dear Mary, he just said that he is not afraid of the challenge of your company's employees. The male model did not dare to translate Chen Guang's fat woman. Unexpectedly, although Mrs. Smith did not understand Chinese, she had a deep impression of the pronunciation of the words fat woman. Subconsciously, she felt that it was not something good. What is Fibo? He said it many times. This is probably his mantra. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me what he means. Mrs. Smith's face turned cold. The male model saw that he could not hide it anymore, so he said carefully, Dear Mrs. Smith, this is an insulting word. He is saying that your body is too fat. Mrs. Smith was angry. How am I fat? I am so slim. I can only be called plump. Because of her anger, the fat all over her body was shaking like waves. The 2 male models suppressed the discomfort in their hearts. Yes, ma'am, you are indeed plump. I have never been humiliated like this. My employees will get justice for me. Mariana took out her cell phone again. I have decided to invite my friend here. A few minutes later, she hung up the phone in satisfaction. At the same time, a middle-aged man sat up from the bed with a bitter smile. He was about to pack his luggage and fly to Yanjing from Tokyo. Hiroto, where are you going? The middle-aged man named Hiroto Aoyama sighed. Mrs. Smith just called and said that she needs my help. I have to take a plane to Yanjing in half an hour. That disgusting fat woman. Don't talk about the boss of Smith's jewelry like that. If it were not for her, I would still be a beggar performing acrobatics on the street. Hiroto, don't look at yourself like that. You have the most flexible hands in the world. Hiroto Aoyama looked at his slightly deformed and slender fingers, and the bitter smile on his face became thicker. How could he have the heart to tell his beloved wife what kind of training he had received in Ninja Valley in order to obtain these hands? He had once been known as the #1 genius in Ninja Canyon, but in the end, he had been reduced to performing on the street. It was because of this unbearable experience that he cherished everything he had now, including the world-famous title of Ghost Hand. As his wife had said, Hiroto Aoyama's hands were recognized as the world's most skillful hands. His artistic level might not be as good as the masters of Smith's jewelry, but when it came to the level of dexterity, he would never lose to anyone. Damn you, Chen Guang. Just you wait until you're begging me before getting trampled by me. Mariana's face flushed red as she cursed. She opened her mouth to scream, but in the end she couldn't. She kicked the male model who was squatting in front of her off the floor. "You piece of sh*t. I didn't feel anything at all." The two male models almost burst into tears. "Your flesh is wrinkled. We can't beat you even if we do everything we can." What? Hiroto Aoyama is also participating in the Guinness conference this afternoon? Early in the morning, Lu Xiaoliang had just opened his sleepy eyes when he was shocked by this explosive news. He was so sleepy that he woke up. "What are you doing? Can't you be quieter? Can't you let me have a good night's sleep?" Fang Tianyu's voice came from the side. Lu Xiaoliang was stunned for a few seconds. Then he screamed in pain. "Ah, why are you in my bed?" Chapter 680. Fang Tianyu was so scared that he rolled off the bed. He propped himself up and said, "What are you screaming for? Didn't President Chen occupy your room last night? Did you come to my room to sleep?" "Oh, I see. But why didn't you wear underwear?" LV Xiaoliang shouted again. Fang Tianyu shrugged. "You didn't wear underwear either. They stayed there for a few seconds. Holy sh*t. F***cku. It took them 10 minutes to recover from the horrible illusion. They clenched their buttocks subconsciously when they walked to make sure they were not fatally injured. However, it was useless. They were always suspicious. After all, no one could remember what they would do when they fell asleep. Later, check if there's any peppermint smell on your penis," Fang Tianyu said. LV Xiaoliang was confused. "Why? I used Ma Yinglong last night. If something happened, it would smell," Fang Tianyu said confidently. "Thank God. Thank you." After a while, Yu Hong was also shocked by the news that Hiroto Aoyama was going to participate in the Guinness World Cup. Unlike Smith's employees, Ghost Hand Hikaru Aoyama was someone who truly stood at the top of the industry. In the past few years, he had appeared as a guest performer in various places around the world. The skills he displayed were not magic, but they were better than magic. His hands were fast, accurate, and ruthless. He could even carve a grain of rice into a miniature sculpture of a person in a few seconds. "President Chen, what should we do now? We are in big trouble." LV Xiaoliang wanted to slap the table. Chen Guang was still very calm, which made him very anxious. Chen Guang drank a few mouthfuls of porridge and put down the bowl slowly. "Do you know what I like most about you, Buttface?" "What?" "I like how surprised you are. Because the more you can't keep your composure, the more unfathomable I seem." Holy sh*t. Yu Hong, who was watching from the side, also felt that all his years of cultivation had gone to waste. In the face of CEO Chen like this, he really could not maintain a calm state of mind. "Alright, I'll go alone for today's recording. Remember your tasks. I hope that you guys can complete the piano performance today. Don't doubt my ability. Just do what I tell you to do as fast as you can, and that'll be fine. I really don't have the patience to instill any more ideas in you. You just need to believe in one thing. I never speak nonsense. And I never fight a battle I'm not confident of winning. Furthermore, I will never lose. As for the rest of you, you just need to follow the guidelines I set in the beginning, and do your best to complete the task I gave you. You just need to build a stage for me to display my skills. Frankly speaking, I'm not very satisfied with all of your performances so far." With that, Chen Guang got up and left. He almost never spoke harshly to these company leaders, but this time, he was really a little impatient. "It doesn't matter if others doubt me, but since you guys want to be my employees, then you have to blindly worship me. Every time you waste questioning me, you're dragging me down. Guys, I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts. If you want to keep up with my pace, you have to abandon basic common sense and have crazy superstitions about me. Of course, these things might seem too ridiculous in the eyes of ordinary people, but it didn't matter." Chen Guang was confident that he could take them on a flight twice, and they would naturally understand the reason behind it. He would use this Guinness conference and women as an opportunity to settle these two things. Needless to say, they would start to doubt their lives. "CEO Chen is angry." Looking at Chen Guang's back, Lu Xiaoliang sighed. Fang Tianyu lit a cigarette and began to feel melancholy. Su Li, on the other hand, took out a mirror calmly. He felt that one of his eyebrows was crooked. Yu Hong was silent. Chen Guang's way of doing things was too different from Tang Xiaokai's. They were both young men, but Tang Xiaokai was strict and meticulous in his work. He relied on his amazing talent to do whatever he wanted on Wall Street, and he was the trendsetter of the financial era. Chen Guang, on the other hand, did not play by the rules. To put it nicely, it was unconstrained. To put it bluntly, he did things as he pleased. He did not have a plan, and it could even be said that he was reckless. From the beginning, Yu Hong did not approve of Chen Guang's policy of not caring about the business plan first, and instead, he only wanted to promote himself. This was too much of a conflict with his outlook as a manager of Tang Jie Foundation. However, he did not object to it. Although he was sent by Tang Xiaokai to work for Tianguang, he understood the logic of the workplace. One man cannot be a second master. Regardless of whether Chen Guang's decision was right or wrong, he had made a decision, and he was responsible for executing it. Even if Tianguang brokerage was screwed up in the end, he could just return to Tang Jie Foundation. Anyway, didn't Boss Tang say that he was not afraid of losing money? Compared to others, Yu Hong, who was in his 40s, was no longer young. He could not fit in with the relatively young Fang Tianyu and Lu Xiaoyang's style, but it did not matter. A company needed someone who could maintain his composure, and Yu Hong, who was in charge of the administrative department, felt that he was suitable to play such a role. However, when Chen Guang arrived in Beijing, he obtained 150 million yuan in endorsement fees at lightning speed. He did not do anything, and the other party transferred all the money to him. Yu Hong was especially confused. Boss Chen, didn't you say that you would not make money first, and that you would rather lose money to promote your general policy? All right. When he finally accepted Chen Guang's unimaginable ability to make money, and after going through a lot of trouble with Tang Xiaokai and Su Li, they changed the shares of Tianguang brokerage and transferred 150 million yuan into their account. However, Chen Guang threw 120 million yuan into a movie that was destined to fail. These few days, Yu Hong felt that life was full of ups and downs, and if he did not have heart disease, he would have been in the hospital. I have already contacted the National Gallery of Art about the piano performance. They have a free day next week, which is on August 30th. If there is no problem, let's do it on that day, Fang Tianyu said. Lu Xiaoyang nodded. Then it's settled. Old Fang and Old Yu, go and contact the venue's ticketing service. I will get someone to post a speech online to warm up the audience. Boss Chen is right, we have to speed up the pace. Yu Hong sighed in his heart. It's good to be young. You guys are so careless. The Guinness conference was not a live show. After all, this show was full of accidents. And if it was a live show, there would be all kinds of uncontrollable accidents. If it was a recorded broadcast, it could avoid accidents. And at the same time, the effect of the show could be controlled through post-editing. After lunch, Chen Guang rushed to the Central TV building. Other than his blind confidence, he was very concerned about the recording of today's show. He had spent a lot of effort to get this done, so he had to do it properly and beautifully. Today's Guinness conference was also very important. It was related to whether he could increase the sharpening world's faith value from less than 2,000 a day to more than 40,000 in one go. After all, he was still nearly 30 custom-made training sessions away from perfecting his body, and the gap in faith value was infinitely large. As for Mrs. Smith's harassment and revenge, he really did not care. He crossed his legs and waited downstairs. He took out his phone and browsed the news on the internet. From time to time, he would look at Weibo. The storm caused by women did not fade with the passage of time. Instead, it became an old pot of wine, getting stronger and stronger. Now, not only did Chen Guang have to act, but he had also become an investor. In the eyes of some people, this news naturally meant that he had more control over the film than a normal rookie actor should have. It was a typical case of people who paid out of their own pocket to make a film to support themselves. Even Deng Xiaojiang, who had a good reputation, was dragged down and became a villain. This made Deng Xiaojiang very angry, but he could not refute it. Things had unknowingly become like this, and it was indeed a little out of Big Beard's control. He had no choice but to cover his head. He did not care about the outside world. He only wanted to focus on preparing for the film. The male lead had already given up, so he would make up for his shortcomings from another angle. If he really messed up, he could just work hard on post-editing to save as much as possible. Chen Guang had been watching these news for a long time, and had been scolded so many times that he was becoming more and more numb. Anyway, no one believed what he said now. Getting angry with those online trolls over the internet would ruin his mood for no reason. If he could, Chen Guang would even want to start shooting the film today and release it tomorrow. However, this matter still had to be done according to Big Beard Ding's timetable. Preparing for a movie was not a gathering to have a meal and play cards. With just a phone call, everyone would gather and start working. Everything had to be coordinated by Big Beard. Quietly closing Weibo, Chen Guang closed his eyes for a moment and said in his heart, "No matter how turbulent the outside world is, I will not move. When the spring flowers bloom, I will go out for a walk with a donkey or a horse. People will naturally understand. Forget it. If you call the person who is scolding you to come to you now, I bet 10 kingdoms that you can strangle him alive." Liuli's voice came from the heavenly Holy Grail. "How do you know?" Chen Guang asked curiously. Liuli said angrily, "If it weren't for the Holy Grail's sturdiness, you could have crushed the cup with the cover." "Yo, Mr. Chen, so early. Let's go up together?" Chen Guang was about to argue with Liuli when the leader of the Central TV program team, whom he had met at the dinner table yesterday, suddenly appeared in front of him and greeted him warmly. "Sure." Chen Guang put the cup back in his bag and walked up with the man. "By the way, Mr. Chen, it's that Mrs. Smith from yesterday," the man asked tentatively while carefully looking at Chen Guang's face. "What's wrong? Challenge mode? It doesn't matter. Let her be." Chen Guang said casually, "It's not that simple. Maybe Mr. Chen is not very clear about Smith Jewelry's reputation in the industry. If it's really a challenge mode, and you lose, I'm afraid we can only cut this part to avoid some adverse effects on you." At this point, the Central TV program team had made up their mind. Since they were stuck in the middle, they didn't want to offend either side. The safest way was to directly cut the program and pretend that nothing had happened. Chen Guang became anxious when he heard this. If they really cut it, not only would his initial investment be wasted, where else could he find such a suitable platform to promote his boring pencil sharpening skills? Other than the Guinness conference, where else could he find so many bored audiences to watch him sharpen pencils? No. We definitely can't cut it. There's no need to cut it. Just rest assured. I won't lose. I really won't lose. Waving his hand, Chen Guang spoke without any hesitation. The Central TV leader was helpless. "Why can't you tell good from bad? I really want to dig out your heart and see how it grows. Where do you get this confidence from?" Lin Fan thought. But about an hour ago, the Guinness Association reported another contestant. Chen Guang interrupted him. "You're talking about Hiroto Aoyama, right? I heard this name early this morning. It's not a problem. It's really not a problem. Hey, Mr. Chen, that's the ghost hand. It's a top expert who can carve a grain of rice into a human figure in a few seconds. You haven't seen it." Chen Guang felt that if he didn't do something, this guy would probably persuade him to withdraw from the competition. He sighed. Why do people in this world always think that the limits of human beings are so simple? The two of them walked out of the elevator. The program recording hall was on this floor. In front of them was the reception desk of the Department 13 Arts channel, where the program team was located. Chen Guang didn't talk to this guy anymore. He went to the front desk and patted the table with a smile. He smiled at the receptionist and said, "Hello, can I borrow a pencil and sharpener?" "Mr. Chen, what are you doing?" The Central TV leader was standing beside him, completely confused. Chen Guang shrugged. "I know that when you approved this program, you must have done it because of me. But you didn't look at my resume in detail. There are some things that you don't know, and I don't blame you. So, I want to tell you that the ghost hand is really nothing." As he said that, Chen Guang slowly raised the pencil and placed it on the tip of this guy's nose. You're going to. Chen Guang took a step back and swung the sharpener upwards. The new pencil made a slight rippling sound, and the powdery sawdust scattered like smoke from a firecracker. Immediately, Chen Guang placed the sharpener back on the front desk. He stuffed the pencil into the hands of the central TV leader and said with a smile, "You might need a magnifying glass, no, a microscope. Actually, I just want to tell you, don't worry about anything. According to our previous agreement, let me be the first to go on stage and then record the program. I can guarantee that this will be the program team's highest viewership rating in recent years and the program's best episode." Why? The program team leader took the pencil in a daze, still not understanding. Because the person standing in front of you is a god in this field. Thank you. After saying that, Chen Guang turned around and left. At the entrance of the hall, there was a sign for the contestants' break room. The central TV leader held the pencil, his face full of confusion. He squinted his eyes and looked at the tip of the pencil, not understanding. What's the meaning behind it? Right, didn't he just use the sharpener to scratch it? Why does it look like it has exploded? His squinted eyes became smaller and smaller, and he finally found something different. There was something written on the tip of the pencil. "Chief Wang, we have a magnifying glass here," the receptionist reminded him kindly. Chapter 681. Shaolin, this looks like a statue of a person? It was rare for Chief Wang to be together with the receptionist. He was usually very careful with his image and had to keep a distance from these young and beautiful female colleagues. But this was too strange for him to understand. The receptionist named Shaolin shook her head and gasped. "Chief Wang, this is Robot Zero, the biological armored combat robot that Ling Bully piloted in the EVA." Robot Zero? Eva? What's that? Chief Wang, who was in his 50s, would not understand these young people. Anyway, it's a robot. Shaolin was not in the mood to explain the two-dimensional knowledge to Chief Wang. She only looked at the magnifying glass and sighed. Oh my god, this isn't just a simple likeness. Oh my god. The lines, the joints, the armor, it's like it's alive. If it could be colored, it would look exactly like the figurine I just bought. As the girl spoke, she pointed at the figurine in the corner of the office table. The figurine was about 10 centimeters tall and was officially authorized by Bandai. It was imported and had excellent workmanship. In that instant, Chen Guang had clearly carved it according to the figurine. Chief Wang shook his head blankly. Impossible. This is impossible. Kobayashi was getting more and more confused. The more she looked at it, the more incredulous she felt. Her figurine was assembled from hundreds of parts. How could it be cut into the exact same shape? Even the external armor on her right forearm had the exact same shape. Scary. Shaolin thought about it and said, "I'll go get a microscope from the program team next door. Give me a few minutes." 10 minutes later, Chief Wang and Shaolin stared at the image taken by the high-powered microscope on the computer, dumbfounded. The entire figurine was about 3 millimeters tall. Other than the lack of color and the fact that it was pure black, it was exactly the same as Shaolin's figurine. Chief Wang's hand holding the pencil was shaking. He could not understand the principle behind this, even if he was beaten to death. How did he do it? He clearly just slashed it with a single slash. Why did he do that? Maybe it's because he's really God. Shaolin's eyes were shining. She clenched her fists and prayed silently. May God bless me. If my future boyfriend's fingers are even 1/10 as nimble as mine, my life will be worth it. When Manager Wang arrived at the players' break room, his mind was muddled. He was still holding the pencil in his hand. No matter how he tried to construct a picture in his mind, he had no idea how Chen Guang had managed to carve out Machine Zero in one go. Chen Guang looked at him and knew that he had achieved his goal. He took the pencil back from him. Director Wang, don't ask me. I won't tell you anything. The pencil was given to me by your employee, and the knife is also hers. You only need to understand one thing. I used less than a second to sharpen the pencil like this. Now, do you still want to discuss Demon Hand Hikari with me? Chief Wang shook his head like a rattle drum. Don't think about it. Don't think about it at all. Chen Guang pressed the tip of the pencil on the chair and flattened it under Chief Wang's pained gaze. So can we start recording the show on time? Chief Wang's eyes widened. What a pity. Such a perfect piece of art was crushed by him just like that. He must be torturing and taking revenge on me, a patient with OCD. Damn it. After waiting for a few seconds, Chief Wang came back to his senses. He looked at his watch and realized that there were only 10 minutes left before the official start of the recording. He hurried to the director's room and shouted, "Everyone get into position. Don't F*** King dawdle." Chen Guang smiled and shrugged. He thought to himself, "Bro, how can I explain it to you? You might think it was just one knife, but in that instant, I swung it at least 100 times." Unlike other skills, the seemingly useless pencil sharpening skill was, in a sense, the most unreasonable skill that Chen Guang had mastered so far. Because when he achieved the achievement in the world in the cup, his arm was under the special blessing of the world in the cup. Even in the outside world, as long as he held a pen in one hand and a knife in the other, his whole body would be blessed by the mysterious power of the Holy Grail. After mastering the high-frequency vibration of the world of Kiran's arm, his pencil sharpening ability was even further enhanced. It was even better than when he was training in the world in the cup. Once he started to sharpen, the ability he displayed was not a human ability at all. I don't usually show off. When I do, I scare myself to tears, okay? In other words, as long as the pencil was replaced with something of a different thickness, his trick would not work. But this time, the project of the Guinness Challenge was pencil sharpening. It was impossible for him to lose, okay? He couldn't lose even if he wanted to. Chen Guang turned his head and looked at the group of foreigners sitting not far away. If he guessed correctly, this group of people should be the master-level employees of Smith Jewelry. The oldest among them should be over 50 years old, and the youngest should be 30 years old. The yellow man sitting in the middle, surrounded by the stars, should be the Japanese, Hiroto Aoyama. Looking at his slender fingers, his muscles and bones were different from ordinary people's. He did have some amazing kung fu skills. The name Ghost Hand was not for nothing. If it was another project, Chen Guang might not necessarily win. But since it was pencil sharpening, he could only apologize. Sensing his provocative gaze, Hiroto Aoyama and the group of Smith Jewelry employees all turned to look at him. That's him, the reckless challenger. Mr. Aoyama, Mrs. Smith wants us to win more quickly. If you win the competition in the end, Mrs. Smith will consider handing over all the business in Japan to you. Hiroto Aoyama nodded. I won't let Mrs. Smith down. He couldn't help but recall the last time he performed on the street in Tokyo's underground tunnel. Everything looked the same as before. The dim light in the underground tunnel scattered in the long tunnel. There was no warmth, only bone-chilling cold. The homeless man curled up on the ground beside him, wrapped in a thick coat, was also shivering in the cold. Frantic mosquitoes buzzed around the light on the ceiling, hitting the lampshade and making popping sounds, as if drowning out the growling in their stomachs. When he was at his most desperate, Mrs. Smith came down from the sky like an angel and asked him to carve a head for her using rice on the table. He was shocked by the gorgeous clothes on the angel. His fingers had never been so agile. It usually took him 8 seconds to finish sketching a statue, but this time, he finished it in 5 seconds. From then on, Mrs. Smith, who had the body of an angel, opened a window to his gloomy life. Although some of the memories made him sick, the results were always gratifying. Most of what he had today was thanks to Mrs. Smith. So today, even if it was just to make her happy, he had to win quickly. With that in mind, he began to rub his fingers subconsciously. The eyes of the employees of Smith Jewelry next to him were involuntarily attracted to Hiroto Aoyama's fingers. It was really amazing. As expected of Mr. Aoyama, his skills didn't show any signs of decline because of his age. Instead, they were getting better. Marion Smith, as the chairman of Guinness Asia Pacific, was already seated in the guest seat in the recording hall. Powell and another staff member sat on either side of her, one on the left and the other on the right. Usually, she wouldn't sit in this seat. She wasn't even interested in watching a normal program recording. But today was obviously a special day. Mrs. Smith was half lying on the leather chair in the guest seat, moving her body with some difficulty. Powell, when Chen Guang loses in the challenge mode, go and tell him that if he doesn't make any compromises, the door of Guinness will be closed to him forever. Also, you'd better tell him that I, Marianne, have a wide circle of friends. Many celebrities in the Wuxia entertainment circle are my friends. He will definitely pay for his arrogance yesterday. Powell was extremely disgusted, but he put on a respectful face and said, "Yes, esteemed chairman." After waiting for another 10 minutes, the audience entered the hall one after another, and the seats were all filled up. Usually, these people signed up online and were selected through a series of behind-the-scenes operations. Their task was to clap and scream when necessary to ensure the effect of the program. However, this time, the audience seemed to be a little restless. The lights in the studio had dimmed, but the whispers in the crowd didn't stop for a long time. Director Wang had to shout into the microphone to make these people calm down a little. When the studio finally returned to normal, Director Wang turned off the microphone and said with a straight face, "What the hell? Why are the quality of the audience this time so low?" The staff member next to him quickly explained, "Director Wang, it's my fault. There were too many people signing up online this time. When we selected people, the system made a mistake. We chose real audience members." Director Wang wanted to kick him. Why didn't he inform him earlier that something like this had happened? If they weren't experienced audience members, the situation today would have gone out of control. In his mind, he thought of the zero machine that Chen Guang had carved out with a knife. If he were an ordinary audience member, he might not be able to control his emotions when witnessing such a miracle with his own eyes. In the audience seats, 17 or 18 bald men gathered together, and they seemed to be very eye-catching. Yes, that's right. Chen Guang's old acquaintance, the bald president of the Anti-Light Alliance, had brought his brothers to support him. This old man must have mastered some special skills. As long as Chen Guang went on stage in public, he would definitely appear unshakably, rain or shine. Even if Chen Guang changed the venue of his appearance from the 5 capitals to Yanjing, it still wouldn't stop him from chasing after his idol. The people around him were naturally his comrades, who were as close as brothers. In fact, hundreds of people in the entire Anti-Light Alliance had signed up. However, because Chen Guang had publicized this during the live broadcast, the audience registration for the Guinness conference, which no one cared about before, suddenly exploded, and the competition became extremely fierce. The total number of people signing up online was more than 200,000, but less than 1,000 people were selected. Excluding the 500 people who had been manipulated under the table, the actual selection rate was less than 1%. On the surface, the success rate was also only 1%. Even with the president's mysterious blessing, the entire Anti-Light Alliance had more than 800 people, and only about 20 people had entered. In fact, this was already very strong. As expected of the president, our success rate is as high as 1%. It must be the president's spirit in heaven that is blessing us. The vice president looked very excited. He was a fanatical supporter of Chen Guang, but he didn't have the opportunity to listen to Chen Guang's teachings. Otherwise, he would have easily become a noble believer. The president stepped on his foot. "Shut your crow's mouth. I'm not dead yet. Are you really hoping for me to die so that you can usurp the throne?" No. President, I definitely didn't think that way. If not for your blessing, at most, only 5 of us could have entered. The vice president said sincerely. The other bald members also looked at the president with gratitude. The bald president silently wiped away his tears. As a president who lived among a group of die-hard Chen Guang fans, it was really tough. He really didn't understand why the Anti-Light Alliance was getting further and further away from his original goal. There must be something wrong with the way it was opened. "What? Your president is so powerful? Our whole class is Brother Allrounder's fan. We heard that Brother Allrounder would be participating this week, so we signed up together. In the end, I was the only one selected. We are so pitiful. Someone overheard their conversation and became interested in the Anti-Light Alliance. The members immediately started to show off. Of course, we have a total of 800 brothers that signed up, and 20 were selected. Do you see our heads? Do you see our president? Brother Allrounder is also bald. This is his summoning. There is a mysterious bond between us and Brother Allrounder. Brother, are you also a fan of Brother Allrounder? Why don't you hurry up and join us? Ah, must I shave my head? But I'm a girl. I'm sorry. We are the Righteous Anti-Light Alliance. We never accept female members. I heard that there are girls in the Pink Light Alliance. You can contact them. Can I ask my boyfriend to join you? Yes, but you have to remind him not to pay the membership fee. He must be careful of our president. We are a non-profit organization. The bald president silently wiped away his tears. He seemed to have understood something. His heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Ju Jun. I am your host, Dong Qing. Welcome to the Guinness Conference. The male and female hosts walked out from both sides of the stage and stood in the center. The recording of the Guinness Conference began. The audience suddenly tensed up. The show was about to begin. The staff in the contestants' lounge shouted, "The contestants whose names I have called, please follow me to the back of the stage. The recording has begun. Thank you for your cooperation." Chen Guang turned his head and exchanged glances with Hiroto Aoyama. He grinned and walked to the front. Chapter 682. Sai. Zhu Jun, do you know why our Guinness Conference is getting more and more popular? The female host Dong Qing smiled. Zhu Jun pretended to be at a loss. Why? It's because we don't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. Our material life is more abundant, and the people have more time to focus on the spiritual life. Dong Qing kept Dong Shuebing in suspense. What does the spiritual life have to do with the Guinness Conference? We are challenging the limits of humanity. Zhu Jun and Dong Qing echoed each other. Dong Qing blinked. You don't understand. Everyone has their own little Superman in their heart. Only when they don't lack anything in their life can this little Superman jump out and think about the things that they used to be good at or wanted to do but couldn't do. You don't understand. Everyone has their own little Superman in their heart. For example, when I was young, I was very good at spinning the pen. When I twirled the pen on my fingers, it was like a flower blooming. I was taught a lesson by my teacher because of this. Now I am old, and there is no teacher to look after me. But my hand is also stiff, and I can't turn the pen anymore. Dong Qing purposely pouted and put on a pitiful look. Zhu Jun nodded. Isn't that right? Your teacher really killed a genius. If you practice hard, you might even be able to participate in the Olympic Games. We don't need to think about the Olympic Games. They don't have this event, but we are here in Guinness. What's our mission? Challenge the limits. Surpass yourself. Write your brilliant ideas into the Guinness Book. The two hosts said in unison. After that, Zhu Jun changed to a high-pitched voice. Next, let's welcome our first challenger, Chen Guang. What he wants to challenge is something that all of us have done since we were young. He will tell us that sharpening pencils is also a skill. Dong Qing also said. That's right. I don't have the Olympic Games for spinning pens, but Chen Guang has our Guinness Conference for sharpening pencils. Everyone, let's witness a miracle. As the music started, Chen Guang, who was wearing a straw hat, walked out from the back of the stage and went straight to the center of the stage. The straw hat couldn't hide his devastatingly handsome face, but it could hide the new bandage on his head, making him look even more imposing under the spotlight. He looked like a divine soldier who had descended from the heavens. His handsomeness had reached a new realm, a new height. The above content was purely Chen Guang's personal fantasies. It was purely fictional. If there were any similarities, it must be the effects of his die-hard fans' beauty enhancement. Also, in order to make Chen Guang's challenge more convincing, we have invited 8 world-class craftsmen from the Guinness Association. They will compete with Chen Guang. They are Mr. Hiroto Aoyama, the ghost hand from Japan. He is the champion of 10 consecutive handicraft awards in Japan. He He is also the holder of many world records. He can carve a grain of rice into a lifelike portrait in 5 seconds. Mr. Santos from Mexico. He is. Mr. Bell from Australia. He is. Mrs. Smith listened to the translator beside her translate and said unhappily, "Since when did it become an invitation for my people to compete with him on the same stage?" Powell quickly explained, "Mr. Chairman, please don't be angry. The program team of China television station has to consider the effect of the program. It's more reasonable to say it this way." Mrs. Smith nodded. "That's true. I can't let others know that I'm deliberately making things difficult for him." After a short while, accompanied by all kinds of background music, lighting and special effects, Chen Guang stood on the stage with a total of 8 so-called gatekeepers in the challenge mode. In front of them was a long table. In front of each of them was a total of 10 pencils, a total of 100 pencils, and 3 different sizes of pencil sharpeners. Chen Guang stood in the middle, and Hiroto Aoyama stood beside Chen Guang. The host was introducing the rules of the competition. Hiroto Aoyama subconsciously turned his head to look at Chen Guang. This poor guy. He looks quite good. He probably rejected Mrs. Smith's pursuit. How stupid. What's wrong with Mrs. Smith? Even if she felt disgusted at the time, wouldn't it be over if she closed her eyes and endured it? This was a life-changing opportunity that had fallen from the sky. She was the owner of Smith Jewelry, with a net worth of $1 billion USD. She was the current heir of the famous Tepes family in Europe and America. Dong Qing explained in detail. "Ladies and gentlemen, the rules of our competition are very simple. Every contestant has a total of 5 minutes. If Chen Guang can sharpen the most Eiffel Towers in these 5 minutes, he will be recognized by Guinness as the best sharpener in the world. Please look at the big picture. This Eiffel Tower is qualified. From this angle, doesn't it look exactly like the tower in the picture? Of course, it can't just be the appearance. Everyone look at the 4 legs of the tower. That's right, the bottom must be hollow." Zhu Jun exclaimed again. "My God, isn't this too difficult? Won't the tip of the pencil break if you're not careful?" Dong Qing nodded. "Of course it's difficult, but this is what Guinness strives for." "That's right. It's because it's difficult that we can challenge our limits." Now let's welcome the Guinness certifiers, Mr. Powell and Mr. Bloom, to the stage for the final verification. Zhu Jun waved his hand, and the 2 certifiers, Powell and Bloom, who were sitting in the VIP seats, walked onto the stage with smiles on their faces. "Mr. Chen, it's not too late to change your mind." Powell pretended to check the pencil and knife in front of Chen Guang absent-mindedly. Chen Guang opened his mouth slightly and said in a low voice, "No, you can tell her exactly what I said. Just tell her that I think she's disgusting. You'll regret it. You don't know Mrs. Smith's reputation." Powell put down the pencil slowly and said with a gloomy face. Chen Guang rolled his eyes indifferently. "You don't know who I am, so don't talk nonsense. Get out of here." Powell's hand that was holding the pencil knife trembled violently. He really wanted to stab Chen Guang with the knife. What did he say just now? Powell had just sat down in the VIP seats with shaking hands when Mrs. Smith, who was unwilling to give up, asked. "He told me to get out of here." The camera was right on his face. Powell had no choice but to squeeze out a smile. Then he squeezed out this sentence. Mrs. Smith's face turned serious. "That be asterisk starred." "That's right, he's a be asterisk starred." As the camera turned away, Powell immediately put on a fierce face and stared at Chen Guang. "Damn arrogant kid, just wait for your bad luck." Among the nearly 1,000 people in the audience that day, about 500 came for Chen Guang. Apart from a few anti-fans like the bald president, most of the others were fans of Chen Guang. Deep down, these people hoped that Chen Guang would win, but after hearing Zhu Jun and Dong Qing introduce the other 8 contestants, they were a little uncertain. In particular, Ghost Hand Hikaru Qingshan was too famous. Chen Guang was trying to break the world record, but Hikaru Qingshan already had several world records. Although the other contestants were not as famous as Hikaru Qingshan, they were still somewhat famous. The countdown had already started, but the whispers of the audience had not stopped. "Can you stop shaking your legs? My bones are about to fall apart." The bald president pushed the vice president beside him. I can't help it. I'm too nervous. What if brother all-rounder loses? The vice president was worried. The bald president glared at him. Don't tease me. I used to look forward to him losing every day, no matter what, even if he lost once. But when did he ever make me happy? Pfft. The vice president and the other members of the Anti-Light Alliance suddenly understood. So, Mr. President, you're the one who trusts brother all-rounder the most out of all of us. You're indeed the president. The bald president's face stiffened. He cursed in his heart. I really can't be friends with you guys anymore. On the other side, the host's countdown had already begun. This was the first and perhaps the last international pencil sharpening competition, which was different from the usual big names, was about to officially begin. At the beginning, the camera wasn't focused on Chen Guang. Instead, it was focused on Hikaru Qingshan, the most famous contestant. At that moment, this world-renowned ghost hand had his eyes closed. His fingers were spread out and pressed lightly on the table. He seemed to have entered some kind of mysterious state. Those who were familiar with him knew that this ghost hand was getting serious. Only when he decided to go all out would he close his eyes and adjust his breathing. He was especially scary in this state. I must win. And I must win cleanly. Hikaru Qingshan muttered in his heart. Memories of when he was young and practicing ninjutsu in Ninja Canyon slowly surfaced in his mind. It was as if he had returned to his younger days. The ninja ki that was almost exhausted slowly surged up from his lower abdomen, through his arms, and condensed on his hands. The host was still counting down. 3. The veins on Hikaru Qingshan's arms gradually appeared. 2. An invisible force was emitted from his fingers. 1. Hikaru Qingshan opened his eyes abruptly. On the big screen at the back of the studio, Hikaru Qingshan's eyes seemed to be glowing. He grabbed the pencil with lightning speed, and picked up a pencil sharpener with his other hand. His mind was blank. The knife rose and fell, and sawdust flew everywhere. Hikaru Qingshan's every knife was so precise that it was even more exquisite and faster than the processing machines made in Germany. In less than a second and a half, the pencil lead had been sharpened. With a shake of his right hand, the largest pencil sharpener was replaced with a second sharpener. Then with 4 strokes, the outline of the Eiffel Tower appeared. His eyes were focused and his expression was solemn. He stared at the tip of his pen, as if he was on a pilgrimage. This was the skill that he relied on to survive. He was extremely devout in his skills. Another second and a half passed, but the knife in his hand had been replaced with the smallest one, number 3. Ordinary people could not even see his movements with their naked eyes. Only the high-speed camera that was locked on Hikaru Qingshan's hands could capture the slight but high-frequency vibration of his right hand. The powder on the pencil lead flew out, and the 4 legs of the Eiffel Tower quickly took shape. His movements were so precise that the extremely fragile tip of the pen seemed so stable that there was no sign of it breaking. Mr. Qingshan is in great condition today, Powell said as he stared at the big screen. Mrs. Smith nodded with satisfaction. Of course. Mr. Qingshan never disappoints me. Chen Guang is dead meat. It's too late for him to beg for mercy now. Mrs. Smith grinned sinisterly. He has successfully angered me. Only the humblest of repentance can satisfy me. While the two of them were chatting, Hiroto Aoyama had finished sharpening his first pencil. He was very satisfied with his performance today. It only took him 5 seconds to sharpen the first pencil, and the whole process was as smooth as flowing water. He was confident that he could increase his speed to 4.5 seconds, or even faster. Later on, his speed might slow down again, but it did not matter. In 5 minutes, he could sharpen at least 50 pencils that met the standard. Although it looked so simple, the tip of the pen was extremely fragile. A slight mistake during the process would cause the tip to break easily, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. It was not something that an ordinary person could do. He did not even have the mood to look at Chen Guang's performance next to him. He knew that he represented the limit of human beings. As long as he continued to perform normally, no one would be a match for him. From time to time, there was a cracking sound coming from beside him. It sounded like Chen Guang had used too much force to sharpen the pencil. As Hikaru Chingshan began to sharpen the second pencil, he thought to himself, "You deserve it. Do you think we're playing with you? You're doomed from the moment you offended Mrs. Smith, okay? Even the other employees of Smith Jewelry are much better than you, okay?" Director Wang began to scold them in the director's room. "I told you to focus the camera on Chen Guang. Where are you filming? Are you an idiot?" The PD in charge of cutting the camera felt wronged. "Director Wang, I'm filming Chen Guang on the third camera, but he's always sharpening the pen until it explodes. Why are we filming him? Look at how beautiful Hikaru Chingshan and Santos are. The audience would definitely like to see a successful scene, right? Although Mr. Chen is a friend, he's in such a bad state today. If we film him, won't we be making him look bad? What do you know? If I tell you to film him, then film him. Otherwise, get out of my sight." While Director Wang scolded the unlucky main PD, he felt like he was the only one sober and pretentious when everyone else was drunk. "What do you know? You all think that Chen Guang is done for. But do you know that although he looks like he's sharpening the pen until it explodes, he's actually sharpening the pen until it explodes? You've missed the key scene. How stupid." Hikaru Chingshan quickly went back to his state of not paying attention to what was happening outside the window. He began to sharpen the pen with all his might. This was his strongest state, and he had never failed before. However, he did not know that the scene on the big screen behind him had unknowingly changed. Although there were still shots of him from time to time, most of the time, it was Chen Guang's personal close-up. In fact, Chen Guang looked quite bored at that moment. He seemed to have been using the smallest sharpener, the number 3. He repeated the same action mechanically, picking up a pen and swinging the knife at it. The tip of the pencil exploded. Then, he put it on the table and immediately switched to another pencil. Compared to the others, Chen Guang's actions looked like child's play. He must have used too much force and broken the pen. At first, the audience was also confused. They did not understand why the program team had filmed Chen Guang in such an embarrassing scene. It was not until about a minute into the competition, when the high-definition camera zoomed in and began to give a close-up of Chen Guang's pencil that had exploded from sharpening, that the audience gasped. What was going on? What was that? A beautiful, neat, art-like miniature Eiffel Tower? Why did every pencil he casually threw on the table look like it had been sharpened successfully? Was it exactly the same as the previous example? What exactly happened? Didn't it look like it had exploded from the sharpening? Chapter 683. What the hell? Mrs. Smith immediately stood up from her seat. Cheating. He must have cheated. Powell and Bloom were also confused. They had carefully examined Chen Guang's pencils and knives, and there was no way they were specially prepared in advance. The audience was even more confused. Even the chairman of the Anti-Light Alliance, who was certain that Chen Guang would be able to show off, was also confused. Although I know he's going to win, can someone explain the theory to me? What the hell is going on? With one slash, an Eiffel Tower appeared? A little explanation? Why? What's this? The vice chairman thought for a long time. This is probably the realm of gods. Due to the unusually large number of non-professional audiences in the studio, most of these people who participated in the recording for the first time did not know the rules. Whispers rose and fell, intertwined with each other, and the buzzing sound gathered and formed a resonance, overwhelming the passionate soundtrack that was playing in the studio at this time, making the whole studio so noisy. Master Bell from Australia was the first to notice that something was wrong. He needed about 10 seconds to finish a pencil. It had been about a minute and a half since the start of the competition, and he had already finished 10 pencils. During a short pause, he could not help but look back at the big screen behind him. He happened to see a close-up of the pile of sharpened pencils that Chen Guang had placed on the table. What? Then he turned his head again and saw that there was only one set of pencils left in Chen Guang's hand. That was 10 pencils. F***CK. What happened? Has he finished 90 pencils? It's been less than 100 seconds since the start of the competition. Mr. Bell was scared out of his wits. He looked at Hiroto Aoyama again. Frankly speaking, Ghost's hand was indeed very strong. He had already finished more than 20 pencils, more than twice as fast as Bell himself. However, compared to Chen Guang, he was not at the same level at all. Hiroto Aoyama was still focused. His face shone with confidence. However, compared to Chen Guang next to him, the more confident he was, the more pathetic he looked. God, thought Bell, I must still be dreaming. Let me sleep for another hour, so I won't have this ridiculous hallucination. Poor Mr. Aoyama, poor fellows, poor me. What kind of monster are we playing against? What was the principle behind this? In less than 10 seconds, Chen Guang had already put down the last pencil in his left hand. He raised his right hand and said loudly, I'm sorry, I finished sharpening all my pencils. Can you bring me another 200 pencils? Chen Guang's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Hisato Aoyama was startled back to his senses. His hand trembled, and the tip of his sword even cut the tip of his left hand. He raised his head blankly and turned to look at Chen Guang. His eyes slowly focused, and then fell on the 100 sharpened pencils in front of him. Baka! What is this? 100. Is it done? He raised his head to look at the countdown timer on the big screen. Only 100 seconds had passed. He then looked at the pencils in front of him. 23, which meant that he had sharpened one every 35 seconds. It was definitely an extraordinary performance. But what did this B** star do? Why is this happening? What happened? This is completely different from what I thought. Hisato Aoyama was stunned. He even forgot that he was in the middle of a competition. He subconsciously wanted to pick up Chen Guang's pencil and check it. However, Chen Guang slapped his hand away. Watch your hand. Don't touch my pen. Fearing that Hisato Aoyama could not understand him, Chen Guang even deliberately spoke in Japanese. Hisato Aoyama was stunned when he suddenly heard such standard Japanese. He then withdrew his hand in embarrassment and looked at his table. He kept reminding himself not to panic and not to be afraid. He was deliberately sharpening. He was just trying to scare me. At that moment, the host, Dong Qing, ran back to Chen Guang with a box of pencils. The spare pencils were placed on the small table next to her. They did not have to wait for long. Although he had already wasted more than 10 seconds, Chen Guang did not care at all. He picked up the pencils and continued sharpening. Alright, sharpening pencils was really boring. No matter how much he exaggerated, it was still the same. He picked up the pen with his left hand and raised it in front of him. Then he swung his right hand. The moment the tip of the knife and the tip of the pen touched each other, there was a brief pause. Then the tip of the pen exploded. He then threw the pen on the table and picked up another one. Bang! It exploded again. That was it. The repetitive process was really boring. It was really boring. It was not cool at all. It was so boring that even with special effects, there was no way to save it. Although ordinary people could not see his movements clearly, Hisato Aoyama was the ghost hand. As a former genius student of Ninja Canyon, his eyes were much sharper than ordinary people. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Guang's pen. He hoped that Chen Guang was sharpening it randomly, but his emotions told him that it was impossible. In that instant, the powdery sawdust mixed with the black powder of the pen lead was too strange, too special. This was not the normal appearance of a damaged piece of paper. Wait a minute. The moment the tip of his knife touched the tip of the pen, his hand seemed to have become blurry. It was like the old CRT TV when the voltage was unstable. This was Chen Guang was about to put down the pen, but he felt uncomfortable being stared at by this guy. He turned around and looked at him. You don't want to play anymore, do you? Are you going to sharpen it yourself? Why are you staring at me? Beg me, and I'll let you win. Are you bored? After that, Chen Guang ignored him and continued sharpening. This Hisato Aoyama is really pitiful. Ghost hand. He looks like he's scared to the point of peeing his pants. You can't say that. He's really good. Even the movement of sharpening a pencil is so smooth. Whose side are you on? Are you from China? F***CK. If I can change my nationality so easily, I'd really thank you. That mudblast is good, but he can't withstand Brother Almighty's 1/. F***CK. I don't understand what's going on. That's right. No matter how good Hisato Aoyama is, he's just an ordinary person. He's nothing. Brother Almighty's move is godlike in the game. The whispers in the audience grew louder, but this time, Director Wang did not jump out to remind everyone to calm down. He knew that nothing he said would work. At most, he could just silence them later. Hisato Aoyama clenched his fists tightly. He was thinking hard. I can't care about him anymore. I have to control my own pace. This must be an illusion. He must be playing with me. Hisato Aoyama shook his head fiercely, then continued sharpening with all his might. He did not notice that the other Smith Jewelry employees at the same long table had already put down their knives and pens. Instead, they turned their heads and stared blankly at the big screen behind them. No one was filming Hisato Aoyama anymore. The big screen was filled with Chen Guang's boring movements. Thanks to the new high-speed camera that the Guinness program team had just replaced, after a series of emergency adjustments, a frame-by-frame analysis that had been slowed down 100 times appeared on the big screen. From the moment the tip of Chen Guang's knife touched the tip of the pen to the moment the tip of the knife moved away, the scene, which had lasted less than 0.3 seconds, was stretched to 30 seconds. The audience could finally vaguely see the tip of the knife cutting through the wooden shell on the tip of the pen at an extremely fast speed, as if it was cutting through tofu. The tip of the knife moved back and forth, then moved back and forth again. At the same time, the pencil was spinning in his left hand. However, everything happened too fast. Chen Guang's movements were very small, but the frequency was very fast. That was why the wooden shell showed signs of being cut into powder and then falling apart. Then, with the help of Chen Guang, the regular tip of the pen broke free from the wooden shell and appeared in the air. The outline of the Eiffel Tower appeared in the air with 4 swishing sounds. What was truly terrifying was Chen Guang's movements. His hand vibrated at a high frequency again. The tip of the knife was pressed against the tip of the pen, and the lines of the Eiffel Tower's support frame quickly appeared. Every line was extremely clear and regular. Most importantly, this was a frame-by-frame analysis that had been sped up 100 times, but it still looked very fast on the screen. After 0.3 seconds, the hollow bottom of the tower was completely formed, and the perfect Eiffel Tower sculpture was fresh out of the oven. This meant that Chen Guang only needed 0.3 seconds to sharpen a pen, and most of the rest of the time was wasted on picking up and putting down the pen. When the slow-motion replay ended, the screen was restored to the scene of Chen Guang's knife and explosion. The combination of fast and slow was particularly refreshing. Everyone was finally sure that this guy was not messing around. This guy was really a completely unreasonable one-knife style. At the moment, Takedo Aoyama looked very pitiful. He had no distractions in his mind, and his expression was focused. Every cut was methodical, and his movements were fast and precise. He was like a work of art. However, it was of no use. After the competition, if he found out that all the pencils that Chen Guang sharpened were qualified, he would probably start to doubt his life and go crazy. If it were not for her veto power, Marian Harding would probably have left early. Impossible, this must be an illusion. Otherwise, they must have cheated. The upper-class lady, who was famous in the social circle, said through gritted teeth. Chairman. Shut up, Powell, you piece of trash. Is this how you become a certification officer? How dare you cheat in front of us? Mrs. Harding glared at Powell. Powell's mouth twitched, and he was already cursing in his heart. You are the one who thinks that this is your modeling circle in Europe and America. You want to hit on any handsome man you see, and when you can't hit on him, you make us run errands for you. All right, since this is within the rules of Guinness World, I will acquiesce. Now, it is Chen Guang who is too scary, and the employees in your company are not capable at all. But you are throwing the problem at me? Powell could not help but be angry. Mrs. Harding had been ordering him around for the past 2 days, and in the end, he was the one who was being humiliated by her. Don't go too far. You are Marianne, not Elizabeth. Finally, when the countdown reached the last second, Chen Guang stopped. He did not seem to have any abnormalities. His expression was calm, and his hands were in his trouser pockets. In front of him or exactly 300 sharpened pencils. Hiroto Aoyama's hands were trembling, and his face was pale. He reluctantly put down the knife in his hand. There were about 60 pins in front of him, but about 20 of them were cut. He was reluctant to turn his head and look in Chen Guang's direction. He was afraid to see a nightmarish scene, but he could not avoid it. From time to time, he would turn his head to look at Chen Guang's position like a thief, and then he would hold his forehead in pain. I am seeing a ghost. Time turned back, and his memory seemed to go back to yesterday. He was still lying in bed, discussing with his wife about opening another branch store. Maybe I was too tired, so I fell asleep while talking. I must still be dreaming. That's right, when I wake up, this nightmare will be over. Gradually, he felt his head become very heavy. He became more and more absent-minded. He shook his head, and his eyes became misty. At that moment, the excited shouts of the nearly 1,000 audience members in the broadcast hall turned into the roar of a monster in a nightmare. It was deafening, as if it was sealed in his mind. It echoed everywhere, becoming more and more ear-piercing and loud, as if his head was about to explode. I have lost. I have completely lost. I do not have the strength to struggle at all. I am not a match for this monster at all. He is not human. Yes, that's right. He is the demon in my dream. I have lost to the demon in my dream. It's okay. Let me have a good sleep, and I will disappear from this ridiculous stage. He pressed his hands down on the table, and his knuckles turned white. He opened and closed his eyes, and his nose twitched. His expression was somewhat ferocious. The two hosts did not know that Hiroto Aoyama was in an abnormal state. They stood on the stage again, and began to invite the two certification officers, Powell and Bloom, to count and inspect. In fact, this was completely meaningless. If Hiroto Aoyama was the person who controlled the world record, then Chen Guang was the god who had violently raised the world record by 7 or 8 times. On the other side, the cameraman had already pushed the equipment over. The special microscopic camera randomly selected and focused on the 300 Iron Tower pencil refills. Every pencil was perfect and impeccable. Chen Guang clapped his hands. He did not even bother to greet the others. He minded his own business and sat on the chair next to the contestants' resting area. He was about to cross his legs, but when he remembered that this was the recording of the show, he endured it. Powell and Bloom had no choice but to take their magnifying glasses and go on stage. Even if they were unwilling to admit it, they could not simply say that Chen Guang's iron towers were not up to standard. Because there are too many pencils, we will use the method of random inspection. Mr. Bloom and I will each check 20 pencils. If there are 40 pencils in total, then Chen Guang's challenge will naturally be successful. Powell just wanted to end this farce as soon as possible. He recalled what had happened earlier, and the look of disdain in Chen Guang's eyes when he had looked at him and Mrs. Smith. Powell felt that they were clowns who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in front of God. This was too ridiculous. The challenge mode was a complete joke. Chapter 684. Qualified. Qualified. Powell and Bloom tried hard to make their voices sound more spirited and less listless. After all, witnessing the birth of a new Guinness World Record was something to be happy about. Every time the two of them said qualified, in their broken Mandarin, the audience cheered in unison. Chen Guang leaned back in his chair, feeling the threads of faith gradually flowing into him from the heads of the audience. He was very satisfied. He began to look forward to the effect of this program when it was broadcasted on television. In just a short period of time, about 1,000 spectators had provided more than 1,000 faith points in total. These audience members were at the scene and were more affected by the atmosphere of the outside world, so it was natural that their faith was much stronger than the average person's. The effect of the audience in front of the television would definitely be weaker. But if the number of people could reach 9 million, and they were all instigated by his own fans, the amount of faith gained could be expected. Oh, Baldy and the rest are here too. Chen Guang smiled and waved at the Anti-Light Alliance crowd, greeting his die-hard fans. Brother Almighty waved to us. He waved to us. The vice president was so excited that he almost fainted from happiness. Baldy curled his lips and glanced at Chen Guang disdainfully. That detestable guy had succeeded in showing off again. You will get your retribution sooner or later. Scum! Scum! Animal! Chen shimmy! Although he was cursing in his heart, a thread of faith actually popped out of his head and connected to Chen Guang's cup. Chen Guang almost laughed out loud. This guy hated him so much but had no choice but to worship him. It was so cute. Director Wang was also leaning back in his chair in the broadcasting room. It was a perfect start. He seemed to have foreseen the ratings for this episode. It would probably be the king of the Wednesday night slot, after so many years. Happiness came too suddenly, catching people off guard. Director Wang had heard a legend in the industry. No matter which television station it was, as long as they had a big tree like Chen Guang, their ratings were guaranteed. From the Dechuan Province Arts Channel to the Dechuan Province Satellite TV, they had all become the pioneers. Now it was finally their Central TV Channel 13's turn. Previously, he didn't quite believe it, and took it as a joke. Now that he finally had the chance to experience what it was like to fly with Brother Allrounder, it was so cool that it made his hair stand on end. At this moment his phone rang. When he picked it up, it turned out to be Deputy Director Liu Debao. I heard that Chen Guang is working in your program team? Liu Debao sounded a little excited. Director Wang nodded. Yes, Director Liu. I just finished recording Mr. Chen's part. What do you think? Did anything go wrong? Liu Debao seemed to be very concerned. Director Wang did not know what was going on, but he still said honestly, the performance was very good. Mr. Chen was sharpening a pencil. He is a god in this field. Those were his exact words. Ha! Sharpen pencils? Liu Debao was stunned. What the hell? Director Liu, don't be so surprised. I can't explain it clearly in such a short time. After I finish recording today, I'll bring a copy to your office for you to take a look. No problem. But you must remember, regarding Chen Guang's program, you must promote it in a positive manner. You must make the program look good and popular until he is satisfied. Do you understand? The station has just had a meeting. If there are no accidents, the station will allocate more resources to your program team for the next 3 days. Make good use of this opportunity and try to get the Wednesday night slot. Yes, sir. I will not disappoint you. Director Wang clenched his fist excitedly. Liu Debao had already hung up. He did not know why, but the leader seemed to place too much importance on Chen Guang's program team. But this was not something a small director like him should be thinking about. He only needed to use the leader's sword and push the matter to its death. The opportunity for me, old Wang, to make a comeback has come. It's like a pie falling from the sky. At this moment, the door to the director's office was suddenly pushed open. The loud bang shocked Director Wang, who was immersed in his meteoric rise. He tilted from his chair and nearly fell on his butt. What the hell? Don't you know we're recording a program now? Get lost. Before he could finish speaking, he realized it was Marianne Smith's plump body standing at the door. He suddenly stopped. This fat woman was up to something again. Director Wang supported himself on the chair and stood up. He forced himself to hide the unhappy expression on his face. Mrs. Smith looked around and walked in. Director Wang's assistant followed behind apologetically. Director Wang, Mrs. Smith said she has something to tell you. Old Wang secretly rolled his eyes. How could I not know what it is? Didn't you see me kneeling in front of Chen Guang in the challenge mode? Now you want to come here to stir up trouble? Is there something wrong with this foreigner's brain? Do you really think you're the boss just because you're rich? If it was before, Director Wang might have been afraid of Mrs. Smith. After all, she was the Guinness Asia Pacific Region's chairman. If she insisted on making things difficult for her, it would have a very negative impact on the program team. But now that he had hung up on Deputy Director Liu Debao, he had a deep understanding of the higher-ups. No matter how stubborn old Wang was, he could not go against Chen Guang, just like Mrs. Smith wanted. Mrs. Smith, if you have anything to say, please say it directly. We're currently in the middle of recording, so I can't leave my post. Director Wang did not intend to avoid the others. She started chatting with Mrs. Smith in English, with a very bad London suburban accent. Mrs. Smith looked at the other staff members in the studio unhappily. She was not very willing to say her request in front of so many people. But seeing that Director Wang's but seemed to be glued to the chair, she could not do anything about it. I request that your program team cut out Chen Guang's program. She might as well get straight to the point. It was not a big deal even if others heard it. Mrs. Smith did not know that the super black-bellied Director Wang had already quietly turned on the microphone in the studio. Her words were not only heard by the people in the studio, but also resounded throughout the entire broadcast hall. Powell and Broom, who had just sat down dejectedly, were startled. They stood up from their seats. The two of them looked at each other. They knew that the fat woman could not hold it in, and had run to the program team's studio to make a scene. But why did their conversation appear in the broadcast hall? Did someone make a mistake and forget to turn off the microphone? Although many people in the audience in the hall could not understand English, there were always people who could translate for the others. Things suddenly became interesting. Mrs. Smith's words were like sodium metal thrown into boiling water, causing the entire broadcast hall to explode. Who is this stupid woman? Why does she have to cut out Brother All-Rounder's program? She's crazy. She's causing trouble. Chen Guang's expression also darkened, but he quickly calmed down. Director Wang was very black-bellied. He did not think that it was an accident that the microphone had been turned on. That old man had done it on purpose. On the other side, Powell and Broom had already gotten up quickly and were planning to head backstage. However, Chen Guang blocked their way. The two of you behind us is the program studio. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter, Chen Guang said with a chuckle as he crossed his hands. Get out of the way. Mrs. Smith is inside, Powell said as he tried to push Chen Guang. In terms of size, he was a size bigger than Chen Guang. Broom, on the other hand, planned to slip past him. Unexpectedly, Chen Guang grabbed the back of Broom's shirt with one hand and suddenly reached out with the other to press on Powell's shoulder. The terrifying force made the two tall foreigners unable to move. Chen Guang remained expressionless. I've just become a security guard for the television station. This is my job. If you try to force your way in, I don't mind sharpening your bones like pencils. Why don't you give it a try? The conversation in the studio was still going on when Director Wang's voice rang out again. Dear Mrs. Smith, although you're the chairman of the Guinness Society's Asia-Pacific region, your request is too ridiculous. Chen Guang's challenge has been verified by both the Guinness Society and our program team. It's fair and open, in line with the spirit of Guinness and the regulations of our television station. Why should we cut it? I'm sorry, but I can't agree to your request. The black-bellied comrade Old Wang had sold out Mrs. Smith's identity just like that. Some of the quick-witted audience members had already realized that it was the fat woman who had been sitting in the guest seat earlier. She was the chairman of the Asia-Pacific region? What the hell? Those who offend the Chinese must be punished. Fine. A fat foreign woman like you came here to suppress Brother All-Rounder? Damn it, don't you know where you are? Mrs. Smith was stunned for a moment. How could she have expected Director Wang to reject her so decisively? She did not know that their conversation had directly appeared in the studio. Mr. Wang, since you know that I'm the chairman of the Guinness Society's Asia-Pacific region, you should know that I have a veto. Her plump body continued to press forward. However, Old Wang did not budge. Of course I know that. But as far as I know, your veto should be raised in public on stage, and you have to come up with a convincing reason. You shouldn't come to me during the recording process and ask me to cut Chen Guang's program for no reason. That's not a veto. That's called manipulation. Shut up. I told you to cut his scene. Did you hear me? You yellow-skinned idiot. Monkey. Mariana lost control, and her breathing became heavier. However, she did not know that it was even more out of control in the studio outside. Powell and Broom were frightened by the rapidly enraged crowd. The two of them sat on the ground, their minds buzzing. It was over, it was all over. Mrs. Smith was done for. She had humiliated the other party's skin color in such a semi-public setting. This was completely intolerable in the upper-class society of Europe and America. This was racism. She had crossed the line. She had gone crazy. Mrs. Smith, Please watch your language. This is China, and there are 1.5 billion yellow-skinned people here. We are not monkeys, we are the descendants of the dragon. Thank you. Old Wang was also angry. F***ck. I've been treating you with respect, and you're playing racism with me? Please go back and look at the calendar. This is the 21st century, not the era of the Eight-Nation Alliance's invasion of China. However, the furious Mrs. Smith had no intention of restraining herself. Do you know what your stupid actions will cost you? Believe it or not, on behalf of the Guinness Association, I will terminate our cooperation with you. Your stupid show can go to hell. Powell and Broom looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Come on, you represent the Guinness Association. If this matter were to get out, we would have to pack up and leave. Besides, it would not be a good thing for the Guinness Association to terminate the cooperation with China Central Television. They would lose the largest market in the world. Even if they lost Smith's jewelry, they might not be able to afford such a loss. Old Wang was shocked at first. He did not expect this person to be so crazy. But then he remembered Liu Debao's words. He made up his mind and said, "Is that so? If the association really decides to do so, then it's really regrettable. If you continue to be so unreasonable, I will indeed report this matter to my superiors. We will seriously consider the association's request and terminate our cooperation of many years. After all, China can also have our own certification system. No one is indispensable, right?" Mrs. Smith was completely dumbfounded. Her anger receded like the tide. In fact, she was just threatening him. But she did not expect him to respond so decisively. If the cooperation between the two parties was really ruined because of her, even if she was the boss of Smith's jewelry, she would not be able to explain it to the other people in the association. After all, the so-called non-profit Guinness Association was not only rich, but also rich people. Some of the people were even European and American nobles. She felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. She quickly calmed down and said, "Mr. Wang, please forgive me for being rash just now. I was just a little." At this time, she did not know that her words had been heard by the people outside. Director Wang waved his hand impatiently and said, "Mrs. Smith, I understand how you feel. Chen Guang is indeed handsome and has extraordinary charm, but we Wuxia people are a little more feudal, so your request is a little too much for him. As for me, I am just an inconspicuous staff doing my job. Please don't make things difficult for me. I'm sorry, please leave. I have to work." Since he was already black-bellied, Old Wang might as well be even more black-bellied. It was a pity that he could not go out and see for himself. He really wanted to know how lively it would be when the people in the studio heard that Mrs. Smith had tried to sleep with Chen Guang and came to make trouble for no reason. When Mrs. Smith angrily walked out of the director's room, Old Wang immediately turned off the microphone, put his hand on the table, and rested his chin on his palm. "Anyway, you can make trouble. It doesn't matter if you make a scene today. At most, you can record for another day. As long as Chen Guang's scenes are done and edited in, I will be done." Since the scene was destined to get out of control, it would be better to make it even more explosive. "Mrs. Smith, don't be scared to tears. Director Wang, this is not going to happen, right?" The assistant came over. Old Wang waved his hand carelessly and said, "It's not a big deal. Even if the sky doesn't fall, the big boss will take care of it. At most, we can change the sky. In the future, let's change the name of our show to Wuxia's 5,000-year unique skill. How about that? Very good, very good. Very domineering." Chapter 685. From the beginning to the end, Chen Guang blocked the backstage entrance, not giving Powell and Broom any chance. The two of them sat cross-legged on the floor dejectedly. Their minds were a mess. Although it was Mrs. Smith who had caused the trouble, the two of them, as staff members present, had to bear some responsibility for their negligence. What should they do now? The two of them had no choice but to stare blankly at the backstage with Chen Guang's leg between them. It was only a step away, but it felt like a chasm. Mrs. Smith finally came out. She took big strides, unable to conceal her anger. She still did not give up. Today was only a recording. As long as this crappy program was not broadcast, she would still have a chance to take Chen Guang's camera down. She did not know what the program team director was relying on, but it did not matter. He could choose not to give face to her alone. At most, she could just find a few friends from the association to greet the leader of the Wuxia television station. It was just to take away the camera of an internet celebrity. It shouldn't be that difficult, right? Hearing the thumping footsteps behind him, Chen Guang turned around to take a look, then quickly moved to the side, afraid that he would be tainted by this person's bad luck. You've successfully angered me. Don't think that I can't do anything to you. You will regret your arrogance. With the situation turning out this way, Mrs. Smith no longer had the initial admiration for Chen Guang. She only secretly hated this guy for not knowing what was good for him. He had embarrassed her and put her in a difficult position. Just you wait. When you beg me for mercy, I will call my wolf-like sisters over. I will make you afraid of women for the rest of your life. Powell, Broom, what are you two doing squatting here? Seeing that Chen Guang had completely ignored her, Mrs. Smith immediately turned her attention to Powell and Mika. After all, she was filled with anger at the moment and had to find an outlet to vent it. The two of them seemed to be in a terrible state, and it was the perfect target for her to throw a tantrum at. When Powell and Broom saw that she was still like an angry cow, they could neither laugh nor cry. Mrs. Smith, please calm down. If we had a choice, we wouldn't want to sit here either. Powell patted his pants as he stood up with the help of the wall. He shrugged and said helplessly. Perhaps it was because he knew that everyone was done for. Powell felt a little relieved. His words gradually showed that he did not take Mrs. Smith seriously. What do you mean? Mrs. Smith vaguely felt that something was wrong. Broom saw that she still didn't know anything, and Powell didn't seem to be in the mood to explain. So he said, Dear Mrs. Smith, everyone here heard what you said to Mr. Wang backstage just now because the microphone was not turned off. This included your racist remarks, as well as your unilateral statement on behalf of the Guinness Association to ask for a break in cooperation with the Wuxia television station. At that moment, some of the sharp-eyed spectators noticed Mrs. Smith. This was great. The crowd, which was already agitated, immediately burst into an uproar. Fat bitch, get out. So what if I have yellow skin? The girl of the beach. What lousy Guinness? Get lost. We're not playing with you anymore. Who do you think you are? You want to marry our baby Light with that lousy appearance? I've been trying to give birth to baby Light for more than half a year, and I still haven't gotten in line. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? This was a very beautiful, very tall, and very hot woman. Chen Guang silently remembered her face. He was going to discuss life with her after the recording of the program. Other than that, Chen Guang also discovered something else. Human emotions were really a very magical thing. The excitement of the audience in the broadcast hall actually stimulated a lot of faith value. The daily production of faith value of this group of people was about to reach 2,000. There were only about 1,000 people here. What? You all heard it? Yes, Mrs. Smith. Everyone here heard everything you said. On the other side, Mrs. Smith learned from Broom that the sky was falling, and she was frightened by the angry crowd. Her face suddenly turned pale, and her whole body trembled. Of course, she knew that in today's world where even the president was black, as a so-called upper-class person, there would be serious consequences for publicizing racial discrimination in public. Moreover, this was China. This time it was a big deal. She had lost face, and even the reputation of the Guinness Association would be affected. But how did this happen? How did the people outside hear what I said in the broadcasting room? Mrs. Smith looked at the audience standing up from their seats one by one, as if they were going to attack the stage. She was puzzled. Did I get tricked by that director Wang? She finally remembered the guy's gloomy expression when she was arguing with director Wang in the studio. She suddenly understood. You two idiots. Why didn't you come in and stop me? Mrs. Smith raised her leg angrily, wanting to kick Powell. Powell dodged nimbly to the side, We tried Miss Mariana, but we couldn't come in. Chen Guang's goal had been achieved, and he didn't want to waste time here. He was just a little worried. It seemed that the recording for the rest of the program would not continue. He only cared about whether his scenes would be broadcasted or not. At this time, Director Wang also walked out. The situation was out of control, and he had to calm it down a little. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to explain himself if it really turned into a violent incident. Mr. Chen, your program will definitely be broadcasted. Even if we can't finish recording today, we can continue recording China's 5,000 years of unique skills tomorrow. The program will be changed starting from the next episode. What do you think of a new name for our program? Director Wang said in English in front of Mrs. Smith and the others. Chen Guang gave him a thumbs up. Very good. Very good. Director Wang, that's not what I meant just now. When Mrs. Smith heard that Director Wang was really going to terminate the collaboration, she immediately rushed over to explain. Old Wang took a step back and kept a distance from the rich lady. Comrade Old Wang took a step back and kept a distance from this lady. I've already communicated with the senior leaders of our television station about this matter. What the leaders mean is that we respect your association's decision very much. Since your association wants to terminate the cooperation, of course, we won't force you against your will. Furthermore, this matter was proposed by the chairman himself. When the time comes, the senior leaders of our television station will carefully discuss the specific compensation for breach of contract with your association. Now this matter is no longer up to me. Actually, this matter was not that easy to settle. He was just yelling at Mrs. Smith. However, the rich lady was already in a terrible state of mind. She believed it was true, and her whole body almost went limp. She could probably understand Powell and Bloom's despair just now. Mr. Chen, that we might need you to appease the audience. After all, we are a nation of etiquette. The crowd's attack was getting more and more intense. There were even 3 or 4 people who had broken through the security and were rushing towards Mrs. Smith. These people were all bald. They were indeed die-hard fans of the Anti-Light Alliance. They were really fanatical. Chen Guang nodded. He did not want his fans to get involved in such a big matter. He had a strong backing and was not afraid of anything. But his fans were just ordinary people. No problem, Chen Guang replied. He took the microphone from Director Wang and walked to the center of the stage. He first stopped the 3 or 4 bald men who were rushing in front of him. All right, that's enough. This D*MN fat woman is done for. Don't stay here and cause trouble. Go back and sit down. Chen Guang reached out and pressed the few young men down. Oh my God. Brother Almighty touched my shoulder. I will never shower again in this life. A bald man with a full beard had tears in his eyes. The other young man, who was also bald but had delicate features, also had stars in his eyes. +1 for not bathing. I'm so happy that I want to faint. A bald man who looked like a pig butcher burst into tears. Chen Guang silently looked at these 3 jokers. He really wanted to find a mirror to look at himself. To be honest, it was quite sad when he thought about it. I must have a physique that attracts jokers. Why are my fans either tomboys or silly bald men? Can't I have a normal die-hard fan? After chasing the bald fans away, Chen Guang stood in the middle with the microphone in his hand. Quiet, everyone be quiet. This was really amazing. The crowd that Dong Qing and Zhu Jun couldn't suppress actually calmed down after a few words from Chen Guang. The power of idols was really amazing. On the other side, Chief Wang saw that Chen Guang had calmed down and felt at ease. He said to Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Smith, go back to the guest seats and rest. No matter what, let's try to finish recording the show today, okay? There are still so many people waiting in the contestants' lounge. You don't want to become an international joke because of this, do you? Wouldn't it be quite embarrassing if word of this got out? Comrade Old Wang's heart ached. He had been a program team director for many years. Although he was not always respectful when dealing with Powell and Bloom, most of the time he was indeed a head lower than them. When he met an association member like the district chairman, he would basically have to bow and scrape. He had never been as unyielding as he was today. It was really sweeping away the gloom and making him feel good. Powell and Bloom also knew that it was meaningless to continue like this, so they tried to persuade him to finish recording today's show. Other things could be discussed in private. There was no such thing as a grudge that couldn't be resolved. The matter was still Chen Guang. At most, they would just give in to him, and everything could be discussed. After a short while, the noisy studio finally settled down again. Originally, Chen Guang had planned to leave after recording his segment, but he stayed a little longer. It was because of Chief Wang's request that he stayed to hold down the fort. It was definitely not because of the female fan who wanted to give birth to his baby. Chapter 686. Mariana Smith was sitting in the guest seat. The whispers behind her made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. She felt that those people must be scolding her. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more wrong she felt. Ever since Mr. Smith died, and she inherited Smith's jewelry, she had never felt so wronged. She couldn't hide what had happened today. So many people were watching and listening. She could imagine what kind of criticism she would receive when the news spread to the United States. As the chairman of the Asia-Pacific region of the Guinness Association, not only did she not make any contribution to the development of the association, but she also made a fool out of herself because of her own selfish desires. She even used racial slurs in public. This was 100 times more serious than a male model who had a bad personal life. This would even affect the reputation of the entire Smith's jewelry. She would lose her position as the chairman of the Asia-Pacific region of the Guinness Association, and she might even be kicked out of the upper class. How did it become like this? She had no idea what the problem was. Everything had been normal yesterday. She had just fallen in love with an internet celebrity from Wuxia, and he had rejected her without giving her any face. Then she had tried to suppress him and teach him a lesson. She had even called the ghost hand Hiroto Aoyama. How did it become like this in the end? The price of being willful seemed to be too heavy. Her mind was in a trance. Her heart began to ache inside her plump body. It seemed that she was under too much psychological pressure. However, she didn't realize it. She was still immersed in the matter. I didn't do anything wrong. Something must have gone wrong. Mr. Aoyama? Mr. Aoyama? The competition is over. Please leave. Everyone else has left. We have to move the table away. It turned out that Hiroto Aoyama was still in the same position. His hands were pressed on the long table. He was still trying to wake up from the nightmare. Don't touch me, devil. The staff pushed Hiroto Aoyama lightly. Then, the ghost hand from Japan screamed as if he had been stung by a wasp. Mariana heard the shout from the stage. She looked up and saw Hiroto Aoyama's pale face, purple lips, trembling hands and cold sweat all over his face. In a trance, Mrs. Smith's mind suddenly became clear. Right. Things had turned out this way because Ghost Hand, whom she had high hopes for, had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Chen Guang. If he won, Chen Guang could only leave with his tail between his legs, or kneel at his feet and beg for his forgiveness, and then ask him to give him another chance. It's all this trash's fault. She immediately stood up from her seat. Hiroto Aoyama, you trash. Her plump body was like a fat dinosaur as she charged at Hiroto Aoyama. She had completely lost control of her emotions. Hiroto Aoyama turned around and stared at her blankly. He stared at the person who had saved his life, but for some reason, his mind was filled with the disgusting scene that made him kneel in the toilet and vomit for an entire night. This was a terrible nightmare. She threw herself at me again. I hope I can survive this time, and not suffocate to death. Wait, if it's a dream, why didn't I reject her? Am I to be tormented by her in my dreams? F***ck off. You are a filthy, ugly, disgusting fat woman. Every inch of fat increase on your body makes me want to puke. Mrs. Smith was stunned. After a short silence, she became even angrier. You go to hell. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Hiroto Aoyama. However, Hiroto Aoyama was no longer afraid. He slapped Mrs. Smith hard in the face and pushed her shoulders hard with both hands, causing her to fall to the ground. I've had enough. I've had enough of you. Hiroto Aoyama summoned the courage that never existed in reality. He looked down at Mrs. Smith, who was paralyzed on the ground. Mariana Smith raised her head and looked at Hiroto Aoyama blankly. She was caught off guard by the sudden burst of courage from this weak puppet. Wrinkles? This ghost hand sure knows how to play. Oh my God! How can there be such a disgusting woman in the world? Is the meaning of her life to constantly disgust others? Doesn't she have any self-awareness? The whispers in the studio, which had finally settled down, boiled up again. Although Mrs. Smith didn't understand what they were talking about, she could feel the disdain in everyone's eyes. Her hair was disheveled, and she was in a sorry state. Her eyes were blank, her breathing was getting faster, and her head was buzzing. Even a piece of trash like you dares to disobey me? Hiroto Aoyama didn't seem to be satisfied yet. He took a deep breath and spat at Mrs. Smith's face. She had been holding these words in her heart for almost 10 years. Even if it was just a dream, it was good enough. Thick phlegm was stuck on Mrs. Smith's forehead. She was about to break down. Look at your ugly face. Do you know how disgusting it is when you're on top of me? Shut up. Don't you have money? What do you have other than money? If it wasn't for your money, do you think I would care about you? Bastard. You bastard. Linda. Kill this bastard for me. Mrs. Smith began to call for her assistant. I always thought that your old husband was suffocated to death by you. You. Mrs. Smith pointed at Hiroto Aoyama with trembling hands. Linda's assistant had already rushed over with 2 bodyguards. They had to shut this guy up. At this moment, Mrs. Smith felt a sharp pain in her heart. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted just like that. Linda screamed, Mrs. Smith has a heart attack. Quick! Stop this idiot Hiroto Aoyama. At the same time, the poor assistant began to rummage through her purse. Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? She couldn't find the bottle after searching for a long time. She simply flipped the purse over, and the contents were scattered on the ground. There was still no medicine. She didn't bring any medicine. Mrs. Smith had always had a heart attack, but it hadn't happened for a long time. She actually forgot to bring the medicine. Send her to the hospital. On the other side, Hiroto Aoyama had already been punched to the ground by the 2 bodyguards. The other employees of Smith Jewelry also rushed up to him and held him down. The loud noise in his head gradually subsided, and he finally came back to his senses. He first looked at the uproar on the stage, then at Marianne Smith, who had fallen to the side, Linda, who was angry and anxious, and the other craftsman he was familiar with. He gradually came to his senses. I'm not dreaming. This is all reality. Oh my God, look at what I've done. The sudden change took another 10 minutes. Mrs. Smith had already been rushed to the hospital, and Hiroto Aoyama was also surrounded by bodyguards. The people of Smith Jewelry had come in aggressively, but left in an extremely embarrassing manner. Fortunately, the audience did not have any objections. Although the time was delayed, it was more exciting than watching a movie. Mr. Powell, shall we continue recording the show? Director Wang asked the 2 Guinness staff members who stayed behind. Let's record. What can we do? What about you, Mr. Chen Guang? Powell looked at Chen Guang worriedly. He was very concerned about Chen Guang's opinion. Chen Guang waved his hand indifferently. It has nothing to do with me. I finished my work. Now I'm just a mascot. You guys just go about your business. What happened to Mrs. Smith could not cause any ripples in his heart. He did not do anything from the beginning to the end. That fat woman was just making a fuss. She deserved a heart attack. She deserved it. None of my business. Bored to death, Chen Guang sat in the studio, but his thoughts had already flown to another place. The faith value of the pencil sharpening world was in place. He just had to wait for the show to go on TV and reap a big harvest. Now the focus of his work had to shift. Just now, Yu Hong had sent a text saying that the piano show had been finalized. It would be performed directly at the National Gallery of Art next Wednesday. This time, the television broadcast would be handled by CCTV, and the online broadcast would be handled directly by Xiao Kong. The negotiations were also ongoing for foreign platforms. As for advertising sponsorships, they were not considered for the time being. Everything looked great, except for the fact that the time interval was as long as 7 days. It was simply perfect. He was used to busy days, but suddenly, he had 7 days of free time. He felt a little melancholy with nothing to do. If it was someone else, they would probably practice hard for 15 hours a day, if they were to hold such a high-standard piano show a week later. But this was completely meaningless to the strongest humanoid player in history, Chen Guang. Do I have to waste 7 days in Beijing? Just the thought of it was scary. Wouldn't I be bored to death? I'm a man who's going to become the master of the trichiliocosm. I'm also in a hurry to perfect my body, so that I can quickly practice the painting scroll. Otherwise, how am I supposed to keep up with Wenwen's pace? During the previous military exercise, he heard that the conflict between her and the poison sect and the dark sect was getting worse. Who knows, there might be a final battle on that day. Should he just be a spectator then? Moreover, since the poison sect and the dark sect dared to provoke the Wen family, they couldn't possibly not have any backup plans, right? Wenwen might not even be able to win. Most importantly, in order to cover up the details of the poisoning incident at the hot pot restaurant, 7 families and 25 people's lives had been wiped out. This debt had not been settled yet. If he did not account for these things, Chen Guang's thoughts would never be at ease. He himself might not be absolutely safe. Just like the last time, the other party had randomly sent 2 bone force martial artists to chase after him. In the end, he was lucky enough to escape, and it was all thanks to the gift of Wind God's kick from the Holy Grail. What if those scumbags had evil thoughts again, and simply sent bone force martial artists? What would he do? Lie on the ground and wait for death? This was also the key reason why he was so anxious and crazy to improve his strength. He was really anxious. Chapter 687. He watched the others challenge Guinness out of boredom, while holding his chin and thinking hard. At present, the biggest shortcoming of the 7 perfect cups, the faith value of the pencil-sharpening world, depended on today's show. The piano world also depended on the joint performance in the National Gallery of Art 7 days later. If possible, he would make the show in 7 days a global event. He would use even crazier skills than the left and right hands concert, so that other piano lovers would not have the courage to compete with him. It doesn't matter if you guys ridicule my artistic level. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. I understand all this. What I want is just the title of the strongest technique, that's all. The other darts world, and the sword tower world, had already exploded in faith value. The racing world was almost at 30,000. There was not much room for improvement. The pile driver Little 6 had a daily production of 38,000 since the birth of the statue of God. So, now that there was still faith value and room for expansion, it seemed that the only thing left was Little 7, with a daily production of 18,000. He silently clenched his fists and looked at his hands. He remembered the process of the birth of the statue of God, and suddenly felt a headache. It seemed that only one person playing the piano twice could not continue to leave a deep impression on others. He had to do something else. At least he had to let people know that his hands were the strongest in the world, that they were the most explosive, and that they must be the most perfect pair of arms in the world. So what should he do? Participate in the weightlifting competition? To be honest, if he were to lift weights in his current state, he would most likely sprain his back. His hands and feet were perfect, but he had not trained the other parts of his upper body. Besides, lifting weights did not prove that strength was the greatest, right? The Qilin arm also involved many other factors, such as explosive power. What should he do? The thought of this made his headache even worse. The recording of the show would take about 4 hours. In the middle, some parts of the show that were not very effective would be cut, and some unexpected scenes would be abandoned. It's finally over. I don't know if there will be another episode of this unlucky show. Powell and Bloom walked down from the stage side by side talking. They were a little dispirited. Bloom sighed. God knows. Why don't we go talk to Mr. Chen now? Maybe he will give in a little. Wait, I have a call. It's from Linda. Powell pulled Bloom back. Broom urged. Hurry up, Mr. Chen is leaving. Powell, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? Your phone fell to the ground. Powell slowly lowered his hand and looked at Broom with a pale face. Broom, Mrs. Smith is dead. What? Speak louder. Bloom picked his ears. He had heard it clearly, but he hoped he had misheard. I say, Mrs. Smith is dead. As soon as she arrived at the hospital, she entered the emergency room. However, on the way there, her heart stopped for a short while. She had too many complications. She was too fat, and her heart was already riddled with holes. She's dead now. What is the hospital doing? They're already here, but they can't save him? Broom still couldn't believe it. Powell nodded. Yes, we tried for more than 3 hours, but to no avail. On the other side, Chen Guang, who was about to leave after greeting Chief Wang, also heard their conversation. Chief Wang, I think I heard those two say, Mrs. Smith is dead? Chen Guang tried to ask. How could Comrade Old Wang believe that? He chuckled and said, Ha 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 ha, Mr. Chen, you really know how to joke. How could someone die from anger so easily? You're really black-bellied to actually curse someone else. F***ck. She's really dead. A minute later, Comrade Old Wang could no longer laugh. Even Chen Guang was dumbfounded. Although Su Tao was hateful, wasn't it a little too much for him to die so easily? If you have heart disease, don't be so troublesome, okay? I didn't do anything. You've been courting death all along. Now that you're dead, don't turn into a malicious spirit and come looking for trouble with me. Therefore, people should not be too pretentious. They should also pay attention to maintaining healthy living habits, exercising hard, and paying attention to their figure. Once a person gets fat, it's easy for them to have all sorts of problems. Her ability to withstand pressure was so poor, and she came to provoke me. Now that she's dead from anger, is it my fault? Forget it. I'll go back and burn some yellow paper for her as a souvenir. Some things were just so unimaginable. It was obvious that Mrs. Smith's heart disease was not something new. It had been accumulating for a long time, and today's incident was just a prelude. Things piled up one by one, and finally led to the fact that she had died in the emergency room. If it had been another place, another reason, another time, she might still have died like this. Unfortunately, everything had happened today. It seemed sudden, but in reality it was inevitable. Mr. Chen. Powell rolled his dead fish eyes and wanted to say something to Chen Guang. Chen Guang jumped back. Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. What did I do? I only participated in the Guinness conference, won, and was done with it. Don't blame it on me. I'm not going to take the blame. I didn't even touch her a few times from the beginning to the end. I didn't say anything to her either. The one who pushed her down wasn't me, it was that Japanese. He definitely could not take the blame. Although old Master Guang was stubborn, he was not stupid. Powell was embarrassed. That's true. Everyone was watching. Actually, there was nothing wrong with Hiroshi Aoyama. It was all an accident. That's enough. I don't care how you deal with this mess. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Oh no, don't see me again. Hey, Mr. Chen. Powell wanted to say something, but Chen Guang had already disappeared. After a long time, Powell stomped his feet helplessly. I wanted to remind him to be careful of the Tepes family's revenge. Although there are many coincidences in this incident, and we are deeply sorry about Mrs. Smith's death, we will definitely report the truth when we get back. Mr. Chen wants to stay out of it, but this incident started because of him. The Tepes girl will not let it go so easily. Director Wang was curious. What does Mrs. Smith have to do with the Tepes family? Is that family very powerful? Before she married Smith, beside him, Broom kept coughing. Powell realized that he had said too much and quickly shut up. Since there's nothing else, Mr. Wang, we'll leave first. Mrs. Smith must still have a lot of things to do. The headquarters will probably send a new Asia-Pacific chairman in a few days. We'll talk then. The two foreigners ran as fast as they could as they spoke. Why are you talking so much to him? Broom muttered. Powell sighed. Can't you tell? Mr. Chen is a big shot. So what? No matter how big a shot he is there any use in his death? That's true. Powell, we're just small fries. We have to know our place. Although Powell was usually the talkative one, the one who really made the decisions was Broom. Chen Guang ran out of the central TV building alone. It was raining outside, as if it was mourning for the fat woman who had died in a foreign land. But he could not say that he was sad. After all, there was nothing about Marianne Smith that was likable. But he could not deny that his mood was affected. He had even forgotten about the tall, crazy fan who was going to give birth to his child. Hiroyuki Aoyama would definitely meet a tragic end. Even if he was not directly responsible, he was the one who had triggered Mrs. Smith's illness and pushed her to the ground. Actually, he was also a pitiful guy. He had lived like a tortoise all his life. He had finally been brave in his dream, but ended up like this. Perhaps this was his fate from the moment he had chosen to accept Mrs. Smith's sponsorship. It was all fate. In the past, Chen Guang did not believe in fate. But after seeing the bell of fate in the world in a cup, he had no choice but to believe it. Luckily, he had the bell of fate. If he really encountered a dead end, he could just ring it again. The after effects were scary, but there was always a chance for him to choose. But then again, Mrs. Smith was so rich. If she died in Wuxia, the impact would not be small, right? Forget it. Why should I think about it? It has nothing to do with me anyway. Mr. Chun, you look a little absent-minded. Yang Shi, who was sent by Big Beard Deng, looked at Chen Guang worriedly. He had been completely convinced by Chen Guang's theoretical knowledge, so he had planned to play a few roles with Chen Guang today. The two of them were sitting in a cafe. It was still raining outside, and soothing music was playing in the cafe. The lights were very bright, but the crowd was sparse. There were a few strong foreigners sitting at the table next to the two, whispering to each other. Come on, Brother Yang. I know you have good intentions, but your roles are too basic. I really can't get excited. Mr. Chun, you can't let your guard down, just because you have rich theoretical knowledge. After all, theory and practice are separated by a layer of yarn. Director Deng is really under a lot of pressure now. The more it is like this, the more we have to come up with a perfect performance to shut these people up. Yang Shi said earnestly. As a poor director's assistant, it was not easy for him. He could not speak in a heavy tone with Chen Guang. He had to coax and deceive him. This kid quietly became a movie investor and a major shareholder. He simply did not play by the rules. Knocking on the booklet that Yang Shi prepared, Chen Guang replied, Big Brother Yang, I understand what you're trying to say. All right then, you can pick one of the roles that you wrote, and I'll play it for you immediately. Although Yang Shi had good intentions, and the movie had to be shot, Chen Guang did not want to waste the time before the start of filming. At the end of the day, he had not really shown his skills in front of them. Theoretical knowledge alone could not subdue this warm-hearted Brother Yang. So it was time to show him a god. When Yang Shi heard this, he also felt that it was a good idea. He flipped through the booklet and decided to find a character that was more suitable for Chen Guang's role in Women. This is it. Have you seen Will Smith's Boxer Ali ? Chen Guang nodded. Yes. He had not only seen it, but he had also played this role in the third stage of acting. He had played this role perfectly. After all, once something went wrong, it would blow up. Of course, he did not directly play the role of Boxer Ali. He played the role of Will Smith in the movie. Chapter 688. Very well. Then why don't you try to act Ali in the boxing ring? There's no need for lines. There are no lines in the boxing ring. Just act out his confidence, stubbornness, and unyielding spirit. Of course, the eyes in the boxing ring must be aggressive. It would be better if you also have some professional knowledge, such as the butterfly steps. Yang Shi said tentatively. He also knew that his request might be a bit difficult. After all, in order to act out the role of Ali, Will Smith also went through a long period of learning. It was impossible for Chen Guang to act it out immediately. Of course, this was also Yang Shi's purpose. He deliberately found a difficult role for Chen Guang to embarrass him and let him know how powerful it was. In addition, The first thing a real professional actor learned when entering the industry was to release himself. This was a public place, and professional actors could quickly get into the mood here. But Chen Guang was just an ordinary person. No matter how terrifying the theoretical knowledge he had shown before, it could not hide the fact that he had once dragged the entire rivers and mountains crew into the sun for an afternoon with embarrassment cancer. Therefore, in fact, Yang Shi's request buried two traps for Chen Guang. Letting an ordinary person act out a role in the boxing ring in such a public place could stimulate his sense of shame to the greatest extent. But it was also destined that he would act poorly. The worse he performed, the better. In this way, from tomorrow on, he could tie up this dishonest investor and male lead, so that he would willingly accept his closed-door special training. Don't look at little brother Yang Shi, who is always laughing and joking all day long. In fact, he is also a very dark guy. Chen Guang stood up and took off the hat on his head, revealing his shiny bald head. He looked around, and the people sitting nearby all looked at him curiously. Then he did not say much, just smiled at everyone, and then lowered his head and said, "Brother Yang, watch carefully." Yang Shi sat on the chair, crossed his legs, and looked at him with great interest. He really did not expect that this guy would really act without saying anything. Thinking back to the afternoon when he had almost broken down in order to train Chen Guang's acting skills, Yang Shi couldn't help but sigh. "My brother Chen Guang, how can you be so brave? I'm not talking nonsense with you. The gap between theoretical knowledge and practice is not just a layer of yarn, but a mountain. No matter how well prepared you are, you still need a guide like me to take you across the mountains. Indeed, geniuses exist in this world, but they are definitely not you. How am I supposed to pacify him if it gets too awkward? Forget it, with my understanding of him, he's a thick-skinned person. At worst, he'll just pay the money and run." Seeing Chen Guang close his eyes and start preparing his character, Yang Shi's mood gradually rose. He really wanted to know what kind of performance a mysterious actor, who was rich in theoretical knowledge, but lacking in practical experience, could perform in public all of a sudden. Suddenly, Chen Guang opened his eyes. There was a trace of lingering confusion in his eyes, and a slightly bitter and resentful expression gradually condensed on his face. Yang Shi still maintained the posture of sitting on the chair, looking at Chen Guang with a rather playful expression. "Sure enough, as I expected, my cancer of embarrassment is about to break out. You're a boxing champion who stands in the boxing ring. What the hell is this bitter and resentful expression of yours? As if everyone owes you tens of thousands of dollars." Then, Chen Guang completely ignored the interference of Yang Shi's eyes. His eyes gradually focused and looked forward, his back slightly arched, his hands raised in front of him, and he took a slightly unprofessional defensive stance of a boxer. Yang Shi suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. He thought of a scene in his mind, and also recalled some of the life of boxing champion Ali. There was no doubt that boxing champion Ali was a very complicated person. His life was full of ups and downs. In his career as a professional boxer, he stood in the boxing ring and shouldered too many things that did not belong to boxing. He represented the black people who struggled to walk in that environment at that time. In his professional career, in addition to fighting to the death with opponents in the boxing ring, he also had to face too much pressure from his skin color and religious beliefs outside the ring. He used much more effort than ordinary people, as well as an even more stubborn and strong personality, and finally achieved brilliant achievements in the entire boxing ring under the enormous pressure. But there was no doubt that he rarely felt happy. When he was young, he always felt that the world owed him something. He had clearly won the Olympic gold medal for the United States, and he was a national hero, but he couldn't even eat a simple lunch in a white restaurant. He angrily threw the gold medal into the sea. The unfair treatment made him even more resentful of the world. With this suppressed anger, he threw himself into the professional boxing arena. He used his angry arrogance to vent the anger in his heart, unscrupulously inside and outside the boxing ring. He shouldered too much honor, but his skin color brought him endless trouble. It was as if no matter how much he achieved, he would only be inferior to others. He began to be confused, sometimes angry, sometimes self-doubting. and he didn't even know how to prove himself. In his long career, he had done many things to eliminate racial barriers, and he had witnessed the emergence of the first black president with his own eyes. But after all, he was confused, and it lasted for a long time. The boxing champion Ali, played by Will Smith, would obviously never be able to play the boxing champion's true professional level. He was an actor, not a boxer. But Will Smith very well captured the mood of the boxing champion when he was young. At this time, Chen Guang was also playing the young boxing champion who was angry and confused, but hidden in the confusion was stubbornness, and stubbornness made him arrogant to the point of madness. All of a sudden, Chen Guang made his move. His footwork was clumsy, but it didn't seem like it at all. Chen Guang hopped around the coffee table on his tiptoes. Yang clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He finally understood the confusion in Chen Guang's eyes at the beginning. The scenes in the movie gradually emerged in his mind, and unconsciously, he merged with the Chen Guang in front of him. He seemed to see Will Smith again, or perhaps the lousy Ali that was played. Yang breathing gradually became rapid. What is this situation? Suddenly, the leaping Chen Guang took an extra step forward with his right foot, leaned his upper body to the right, and swung his right hook fiercely from the bottom to the top. But what Yang paid most attention to was the look in Chen Guang's eyes. The moment he punched, the confusion disappeared, and in its place was a decisive and indomitable momentum. Yang stood up abruptly and took a step back. The whole process took less than 30 seconds, but he really did it. In this coffee shop full of strangers and strange looks, he acted like Will Smith's version of Muhammad Ali in the movie. Chen Guang continued walking, and the anger in his eyes grew stronger. He was clearly just punching the air, but it was as if Sonny Liston was really standing in front of him, the former boxing champion who had fallen under his iron fists. The strange looks in the coffee shop also changed. It was really strange. At first, they clearly thought that this person was a madman, but why did it seem like they were watching a real boxing match now? Where was his opponent? Where was he? That's not right. He might be an actor, and he's acting on the set. Then are we all extras? The scariest thing about the so-called world-class acting skills was not just that Chen Guang could put himself into the world of the movie. When he unleashed it to the extreme, the invisible world seemed to use him as the origin and gradually spread out, enveloping the people and objects in the space around him into his world, his domain. This was the true horror of the highest level of acting skills. I am an actor. I am the world. Welcome to my world. The tables in the coffee shop turned into boxing rings. In the air, Sonny Liston was retreating step by step, and Chen Guang's fists were closing in. Finally, Chen Guang's body came to a stop as he threw out a heavy punch with an explosion in the air. Everyone was hallucinating. Sonny Liston's phantom seemed to appear in front of him, and then he collapsed. The newly crowned king raised his hands high, waiting to enjoy the cheers of the world. Chen Guang looked back, with the frankness and dominance of a young man. Godly acting skills. Yang screamed in his heart. His breathing almost stopped, and he even wanted to kneel down just like that. Roar! Oh, the dozens of people in the coffee shop couldn't help but cheer for him in unison, even though he had clearly only defeated the air. Yang body went limp, and he sat on the ground. Before seeing it with his own eyes, he really didn't believe that anyone in the world could reach such a level of acting skills. If anyone else had done the same thing here, the end result would only be a cancer of embarrassment. But he made everyone in the coffee shop live in his play. Oh my God, brother! Are you acting as Ali? That's right, I know you're acting as Ali. Although I haven't seen this movie in 10 years. Thank you. You brought back memories in my heart. At this moment, a strong black man sitting near the two stood up excitedly. It's too similar, really too similar. Brother, how did you do it? Although your boxing skills are very rusty, and your butterfly steps aren't professional, you really remind me of Will. He's the actor I admire the most, and Ali is the teacher I admire the most. Thank you for showing me the two of them in such a vivid way. You must be the best actor in the world. Chen Guang smiled and cupped his hands at the black man. Ha, thank you, buddy. Come, let's make friends. Chen Guang raised his coffee, pretending to be wine, and clinked glasses with the people at the table. Having seen many pretentious international friends like Mariana and Powell, Chen Guang had a good impression of this honest black man. The other black man next to him seemed to be in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.